What's going on, everybody? Welcome back in to Let's Talk Live here on the LTL Media Channel. It is Wednesday night. Gosh, we're almost in October here already. Oh my God, it's going quick. We're almost in October. I can't believe it. And I thought this has been something that I've been wanting to do. I've been wanting to go back and review the police audit from the other day in Canton, and the Canton Community TV website was actually down. I was in touch with Tim. And Tim said it should be back up in a couple of days. So it is. And I'd love to go through that audit meeting tonight. And there was lots of fireworks at that meeting the other night. And when I actually posted that I was going to be talking about this today, I was just kind of running a few things by Rita. And I said, you can kind of tell me who's who and who's. She goes, I'll just come on the show tonight and talk to you about what happened. I said, this will be great. This will be great. So let's not wait too much longer. Let's bring Rita in here and let her talk about actually what happened at this meeting a couple of days ago. Rita, how are you?
Good. How you doing?
Good. Welcome back to LTL. And lots of craziness, and lots of pushback. So what was going on the other night?
Yeah, it was wild. It was wild. So look, Kathleen and Dave are proponents of the audit. And Bob McCarthy, who is the chairman, it was the strongest opponent. And he chose two people who should not be on the committee because they have conflicts of interest.
Right.
But we had no choice. They were kind of shoved down our throat because that's who Bob is. And that was by design. That was by design by Randy. It was by design, to sabotage this effort, because they never wanted the audit.
Yeah.
And we're seeing that. We're seeing that play out in the meeting.
Yeah.
And it's atrocious. It's atrocious behavior.
So let's pull this news clip up. Let's run this. If everybody didn't see kind of the fireworks that happened the other night, we'll pull this up and then you can kind of take us through of like what actually happened here.
Yes.
Let me just pull this up here. Oops. I'll get my screen correct at some point here. Here we go. So this was from NBC 10 Boston. Will play this, and this is what happened, and then obviously we're going to go through the audit this evening because I want to play through that full video. Here we go.
First at 11, a heated police audit committee meeting in Canton as several cases within the town are now in the national spotlight. The committee is having a tough time nailing down a firm to conduct the audit. Thanks for joining us tonight. I'm Priscilla Casper. Glenn has the night off. Only our NBC 10's Jericho Tran was inside that meeting tonight. She's joining us live from Canton Town Hall with the details on a pretty fiery discussion, Jericho.
Priscilla, fiery is an understatement. Tensions were running extremely high during this meeting. Members of the police audit committee disagreed with each other openly and very passionately. That in turn trickled down to attendees who then tried to voice their concerns and resulted in some of them getting escorted out by police.
This is a disruption to the committee. Just the same way.
What is your next question?
He's here to intimidate me.
A tumultuous meeting here in Canton.
You're an embarrassment, and you're not safe for this town right now either.
With a divided police audit committee.
You don't have a degree as a lawyer. That's what I said, and that's what I meant. Did you misunderstand me?
Mr. Chair, this is not like a way to talk to people.
And fired up community members.
I'm tired of this. We come here and we try to work with you, and all you're doing is yelling at people.
Resulting in police escorting attendees out.
So Rita, what happened there? Did they tell you to leave, or did you leave on your own?
No, Bob kicked me out. Bob kicked me out. So here's the thing, right? Randy Scollins is from Foxborough.
Right.
And he was the director of finance in the town of Foxborough. And he had a parting of the ways with Foxborough because of inappropriate behavior with women. And we know that because he had that's what happened. And so Canton picks him up because, we don't have enough liabilities in town. We take him.
Right.
So Randy Scollins' mission, and Randy has had years working with the town of Canton's lawyer. We recently found that out. So the lawyer that the town of Canton has, Paul something or other, DeSenza or something like that, he also worked and maybe still does for the town of Foxborough. So they have a nice, tight relationship.
Of course.
Of course. And so what happened was I've been reaching out to Bob on a
Yeah.
weekly basis saying, can I get a list of who has requested an RFP so that I could do my own research on these firms and get a feel for who these organizations are, just because
Right.
that's what I'm trying to do, And no one on that committee, we've never done this before. So the more minds that look at it, the better outcome we're going to have. And so Bob knew that I had been watching. And then Bob, the agenda item said that they were going to go over questions, and there were 2 agenda items. So I emailed Bob and I said, Bob, is it possible for us to get that information in advance so we can think it through and we can have a collaborative, approach? Because during the town meetings or these committee meetings, when there is an agenda item, the audience, the citizens can speak.
Right.
But not if the chair decides no, which is what Bob decided. So I had reached out to Bob and I said, Bob, can we get this information in advance so we can think it through? And he comes back, typical Bob, rough and tough. No, the only way, you are not to speak until public comments. And so I went back and I said, but Bob, if you send this stuff out, you can your meeting will be more efficient. And he comes back and he gives me the same, Bob, this is the way it's going to be, Bob McCarthy. And so they knew that I wanted to ask some questions.
Right.
And they knew they weren't going to allow that.
And
So
you have every right to do that, correct?
Yes,
I mean,
I
this
do.
is a public
Yes, I do.
forum. It's your town. You have every right to do that. So I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yes, and I'm a proponent of the police audit.
Right.
Kathleen was the brainchild, and I was the biggest cheerleader out there, getting people to the meeting.
Right.
Everybody worked together, but everybody knows, it was a collaborative team event, but of course they know I'm right up there.
Right.
And so we, I wanted it to be done right. And I have years of experience in the financial industry.
Right.
And I know it's a different kind of audit, but it's the same kind of thought process. And so Randy is not supposed to be at these meetings. And when we ever asked Randy a question, nope, hands off. And it is, Bob and Randy wouldn't do anything. All of a sudden, Randy's showing up because he wants.
Yeah, he's in the audience, right? Yeah.
He's in the audience.
Right.
And so here's what happens. So Randy's in the audience with the sole purpose of
Just
making
intimidation.
sure, of making sure that I don't contribute or no one else contributes. And so he shouts from his seat. Now, Randy is director of procurement for the town. He is supposed to be the expert on Robert's rules for open meetings.
Right.
And yet he sat 3 seats away from me. You can see where he was sitting, 3 seats away from me, and starts yelling from his seat.
Hmm.
And we had asked if we could speak during the agenda, and we were told no, in only Bob McCarthy's way of telling us no. And Randy is shouting from his seat. So if he could do it, why can't
He
we
wasn't
do it?
escorted out, correct?
He wasn't escorted out.
No,
No.
of course not.
No. And so what happened was I went up to the mic because Bob doesn't know how to lead a meeting. He clearly doesn't.
Yeah.
He needs to be removed from the committee, and he needs to be removed as chairman, and he should not be sitting on our Galvin Middle School $250 million project. That man should not be anywhere near that. He doesn't have the competencies. And so I went up to the mic to talk, and I didn't even shout from my seat. And, he's telling me to leave, and he's not obeying the rules. So why should I obey the rules?
Yeah.
Right? I'm following his lead. He ignores the rules, so I'm going to ignore the rules. And so Randy takes out his phone and starts calling the police. The director of finance, who is a town employee, calls the police to escort me, a taxpayer, out of the meeting. A meeting he shouldn't even have been at, but he was there to silence me. And he was like a gleeful little middle school bully, smirking and giggling as he's calling the police. That's why I said, go ahead and call the police. He was calling them already. And so I was sitting there, and 10 minutes go by, whatever. And then I look, because the door is half glass, and I see the sergeant outside the door,
Right.
police officers. And I'm like, you got to be kidding me. I mean, I knew he
So
called.
they weren't there at first.
No.
No, there was no police presence like it's been in the past, right?
That's correct. Because
Interesting.
this was a audit committee meeting,
Ah,
right? And the select board, now we we're not paying police to, to be there. Now we're paying the town IT director because, they don't know how to use Zoom. So, so we're always paying somebody because they don't know what they're doing, and nor do they want to do their job. And so I went out in the hall, and I want people to know
right.
that the police were very kind to me.
Okay.
I had a very good conversation with the sergeant that showed up.
Right.
I told him what happened. I said, this is what's going on, and this is what happened. And so he gave me his perspective. He goes, he's the chair, and, and so, we talked for maybe 5 minutes, and it was a very good discussion. And then I looked at the two guys that he was with, and I looked at him and I said, listen, I don't want to make your night any harder than it needs to be.
Right.
So I will leave. And I agreed to leave voluntarily because Bob wanted me out and they were there to get me out. And so I wasn't going to make a scene. I was just going to leave. And so I said, I just want to go back in the meeting because I came with somebody. I came with two people and they were my ride and I need to tell them that I'm leaving. And so I went back in the meeting, to let Bob know that I was leaving.
Sure.
And, Randy is just all giddy, like a middle school bully that got somebody in trouble. He was like, I got her in trouble. I got her thrown out. He's such a moron. I mean, I hate to say that, but he is. He acts like it. So,
it is what it is.
It is what it is. He has no respect, and Bob has no respect for women. And that's what we
Right.
saw. If a woman spoke out, she was reprimanded. If a guy spoke out, right over Bob, doesn't really care. And it's double standard, and it's not right. And that's just the way it is in Canton. If you're a McAlbert, friends and family, you have one set of rules. If you're everybody else, you have another. If you're a male and you're in a meeting, you have one set of rules. If you're a female, we're second-class citizens here under the government of Canton.
It's crazy. I mean, it's crazy to think that this is, I don't really want to say it's like small town America. I mean, I guess it is kind of small town America. I mean, this is what's going on. And that's what I always talk about this too, as I said, this is not only happening in Canton. I'm pretty sure this is happening in your town too, or your city. And that's why I always tell people, look into your local politics. Who are the people that are running these positions that have probably been there for 15, 20 years, and they're getting away with this shit like right under your nose. You have every single right to walk into your city hall and know what's going on, ask for transparency, attend these meetings, see what's going on. That's something that I want to get actually more active in and go to our board meetings and see what's going on in I'm not in a town, I'm in a city, see what's going on in my city, and that's why I was like, I laugh, look, we're 6 weeks away from a national election. Everybody puts so much tremendous focus on that. And it's in the end of the day, the government's just going to run the government. What you really need to do is pay attention to who locally is running your jurisdictions, because they're the ones that make the rules for where you live. If there's going to be a parking ban, or they're going to build a park, or, a new senior center, or they're going to spend money on unnecessary advertisement boards or whatever it is. I mean, people really need to know about this stuff. And how is your police departments and your fire departments performing? You should know how that's going. Are there issues? Are there issues that need to be changed or looked into? You have every right to do that. Let me just get to this really quick. Amy in Boston, $2, says, you never deserve how they treat you, Rita. I 100%.
Thank you, Amy.
agree.
No one deserves that. No,
Yeah.
it's a total disrespect, and it's totally unnecessary.
Yeah, let's go back to this clip from NBC 10. Let's play through this and we can see a little bit more that happened, and then we'll get to the select board meeting here in a minute. I'm just to make sure my screen's working properly. Oh, where's Rita? There's Rita. I'll get this at some point. I promise everybody. I'm trying a few new things out tonight. Ah, there we go. That's where I wanted to be. All right, let's rewind a little bit and we'll
Come here and we try to work with you when all you're doing is yelling at people.
Resulting in police escorting attendees out.
I'm going to honor your request and I'm going to leave the meeting as you requested. I'm doing this for them, for this town. You don't care about
now
this
you're looking
town.
at Randy
You
Squallin,
don't
right?
Yes, I'm looking at Randy Scollin. So what I did was I pointed out to the police officers in the hall, because I respect authority.
Right.
And, and I say all the time, there's good and bad everywhere. And
Of
there's
course.
more good than there are bad. But when the bad are bad, they're bad. And, so I was showing respect for authority by leaving against my wishes. And I was letting Randy know, who is not from Canton, that he doesn't care about this town. He's just here until he can get to his retirement and get his pension and leave.
Yeah. That's usually what happens in these types of situations. All right, let's play on here.
care about Randy Scollin.
With the trial of Karen Reed and the case of Sandra Birchmore drawing attention to the Canton Police Department,
Canton has become nationally known for its lack of transparency.
community concerns
Naz in the
continue
house.
to
Good to
grow.
see you.
We, the people and taxpayers, demand transparency and answers.
Last year, the town voted in a special election to launch an independent audit of the Canton Police Department after backlash from how the department handled the January 2022 investigation into the death of Boston police officer John O'Keefe.
I think that this meeting was an absolute clown show, and the person in charge should be removed.
No, I'm not going to step down.
The police audit committee comprised of 5 members sat down tonight to discuss the scope of services to help the town decide on a firm to conduct the audit. Some hot button issues discussed include the duration and price of the audit.
Any audit company would be hard pressed to get it done for under $200,000 and under 5 months.
Leaving committee members doubtful they'll find a
Now, who is that, Rita? Who was that
Greg
gentleman?
Murphy,
Okay.
great guy, very knowledgeable and very committed to the town.
Okay. So you're looking, so they have a budget of, I'm sorry, 200,000 to get this done?
Yeah, but so a year ago, everything was done under a tight timeline when we put this article through.
Right.
And $200,000 is what we had for an estimate.
Yeah.
And we were always told by the select board and it was the select board and the finance committee that
Right.
if it went over, we would be able to present it. It would be able to be presented and discussed and potentially get the extra money that we needed. And the way they wrote this, they sabotaged the whole RFP.
Mm-hmm.
First of all, no one on that committee, I don't think anyone in this town has ever participated in a police audit of compliance.
Probably not.
No. And so
Not many towns do.
No. And we don't know really what to include in it.
Right.
We policy, it was for policies and procedures. And so that's what we had in the audit. And, there's feedback that it was too vague, it needs to be adjusted and whatnot. But what they did was they dragged their feet. This committee was supposed to be formed February 1st, and they dragged their feet until now. And now all of a sudden it's hurry up and get it done. They want to hurry up and get it done because they're making it out of reach for anyone who has a legitimate business. Because to say, okay, we're going to approve the firm and then we want you to start by November 6th. I mean, who knows what the consultant availability is?
Well, here's another thought too, Rita. I'm sorry to cut you off.
Yeah,
Here's another thought. Why wouldn't they want to get it done right away? What might we be approaching in January? What might we be approaching in January? A second trial of Karen Reed. That may happen. So why not get this done, get it out of the way, bury what we can bury, and move on? Because
exactly. That's exactly what they want to do. Because what they said, right? And for Bob or Randy to think, oh, it's going to be done in 4.5 months, that's a pipe dream. That is, it's gaslighting. And people think it's not going to get done in 4.5 months. No audit gets done in 4.5 months. So here's Bob saying it's going to start by November 6th and it's going to be done by, April. which isn't even 5 months, it's 4.5 months. And then you look, November and December have the biggest holidays of the year
Yeah.
and vacation times.
Slow everything
So let's
down.
take another month. So we got 3.5 months to do an audit of the police department, in which they agreed to a time span of at least 10 years. Not going to
Yeah.
happen. Set up for failure. And they knew it. And I know that they have somebody, I believe, they have somebody waiting in the wings
I'm sure.
to give them exactly what they want. Because that's just Randy and that's just Bob. And we'll see how it plays out. But they don't want this, and they've done everything they can. And then the lawyer comes back and says, they're looking for turnaround. Well, we're going to get them as quickly as we can. That's no response.
Yeah.
And then that's going to drive up your costs, which is what Dave Clow was trying to say. If you don't give the consultant what they need, ka-ching, ka-ching, ka-ching,
Right.
they're charging you for that time. And when a consultant comes in and does an audit, you give them responses, you give it to them. And they could have come back and said, well, something in this category, we can give it to you in this time frame. Something in this category, we can give it. No, they just gave a very vague across the board. And Bob wanted to accept that.
Mhm.
And it's a setup for failure. And they know it, and they don't care.
So have you in your team been reaching out to any independent organizations to come in here and do this? Or is this all up to the board to select that? Do the people have any part in this, or how does this all work?
Right. So the way this works is it's public procurement, which, I'm from the private sector, but it's public procurement. So they have a procurement system and they put it in, it's called COM-BUY or COMS-BUY. It's a municipal system to put, scopes of services out there for work that you need done.
Right.
And then people go in and look for it. So what I have tried to do this last month is to announce to people on shows, and when we're doing this, if I'm interviewed for the TV, we have an audit.
Right.
Please go in the system, get this. So I believe the wording says that nobody can reach out to anyone. So I don't want to violate that.
Right. Of course.
Because then they'll say, well, Rita reached out, therefore that's a good excuse not to have that firm in here, which is ridiculous. I, as a private citizen, can ask a question. I, as a private citizen, am not calling on behalf of my town. I'm calling on behalf of myself to get information. But I have not spoken to anyone. I have simply put the word out there. Please go get this bid and bid on it.
Sure.
And that's what I've been trying to do, is I'm trying to abide by the stringent rules that they gave us, because I do not want
Violate it. Right.
I don't want to violate it to have it come back to us. And so bids are due by Monday at noon. And
This Monday.
And that's it. Shuts down Monday at noon. So we're going to find out Monday at noon who came in with bids. And
So what if no one comes in with a bid? Does this get buried?
So if no one comes in from a bid, I can tell you what I would do. I don't know what Bob's and Randy are going to do. But what we should do is, look at the RFP and pull it back and maybe refine it and put it back out there again. The RFP, according to some of the feedback that we had, $200,000 is not nearly enough. And it's not. And the simple reason is, you can tell by that meeting that we had last week that there's no cooperation.
Yeah.
And so somebody coming in is going to be having a difficult time because we have obstruction going on. And,
It's been done on purpose too. It's to stall.
Of course, they showed their cards the other night.
Right.
So this is my opinion. I'll preface it for legal purposes. It's my opinion. But based on the behavior that was on that committee the other night, Bob said, if a bid comes in over $200,000, it's dead, like DOA. And that's not what the select board said, and that's not what the finance committee said. But here's Bob making sure that he pleases Randy, and he pleases the select board, and he pleases town council by killing it.
Yeah.
And we are not going to give up. We are not going to succumb to bullies like Bob and Randy. Not going to happen. And Muse. And I will not refer to Muse as a doctor. And it is beyond me how somebody with his medical credentials is sitting on that board and behaves the way he behaves. It's disgusting.
RFP, just for people that don't know what that means, the initials, what's that?
Request for proposal. So basically, you scope out what you need. It's called a scope services. You say, this is what I need. And you put it out there and you say, we're looking request for proposals. And then people come in with bids. And based on what you give for criteria, they come back and say, this is what it's going to cost you. So, you know, so basically what Bob did the other night is he's trying to discourage people from submitting bids. If you're going over 200, don't even bother, just because we're going to kill it. You know, if you can't do it in 4.5 months, don't bother. We're going to kill it. And, you know, he's not going in there with positive intent. He's going in there to kill it.
Of course.
And all three of them are. And, you know, and I mean, I've said, you know, to other people, you know, Jack Kelly, of all three of the people that should not be on that committee, Jack Kelly at least shows respect and is professional in the way he speaks to people. The other two are clowns. And Randy's a clown.
I like this. Put in a lowball bid of $1. Yeah. That would be hilarious. If some company's just so into this and say, you know, Canton really needs our help, they just come in and give $1 and just make this thing happen.
You know, I thought
that would go up your ass sideways, Rita.
I know. I thought somebody might come in and say, listen, I'll do this because I'll get
$199.99.
You know, and then Bob will say, no, it's too low, you know?
Yeah.
The problem is they have turned away, you know, people, legitimate firms that want to submit for this. They've turned them off. Who wants to work?
Well, yeah, because you're like, pushing back already, right?
Pushing back already.
Right.
Pushing back already.
Yeah.
I mean, who wants to come in and try to do a job?
Have to deal with them, right?
And deal with that. I wouldn't.
Right. Rita, I'm sorry to cut you off. Have you heard of any bids coming in yet? Like behind the scenes, any back chatter at all, or?
No. So they did get a bid. We did hear that a bid did come in, and the firm accidentally put the pricing. Everything has to be in 2 separate envelopes, which is all new to me. It's municipal.
Interesting.
And so the firm accidentally put the money in the only the one envelope. So the firm realized what they did, called up and said, don't open it. We're going to resend it. And so they resent it. So as far as we know, there's only, as of the meeting the other night, there was only one. And we hear that, you know, sometimes in these situations, people, I got to shut that off.
Yeah, no problem.
And we hear that, hold on a minute. I'm sorry. And we hear that, oh my God, I'm so sorry.
All right.
What was I saying? That was my dad trying to figure out what show I'm on.
That's okay. You said that hearing about the audit, they put it in the wrong envelope. They said
they
don't
put it in the wrong envelope,
right.
Right. And so there's only one person. And we've heard from other people that, you know, usually what happens in these cases is the bidders will wait until the last minute.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, I wouldn't be surprised at that either, because if I was submitting a bid to the town of Canton and I knew somebody like Randy Scollins was the director of finance, I would, and I wanted the job, I would wait until the last minute to submit my bid so that he didn't, you know, so that he follows the rules. Yeah. Because clearly he doesn't know how to follow the rules in an open meeting. So if he doesn't know how to follow the rules in an open meeting, I don't know what's, you know, to give me confidence that he'll follow the rules in the procurement process either.
Jesus. Yeah, you're going to hit a bunch of major roadblocks, and they're just going to keep dropping the ball. So when is the next meeting set for?
So we don't know. I think what
essentially bids have to come in on Monday. So
yep. So the bids have to come in on Monday by noontime. It's not even the whole day. It's noontime. And so that's only a couple more days for people to submit bids.
Right.
And I really don't know. I really don't know what's going to happen.
So if you're watching and you're a company that does police audits for a town, you can submit your bid at.
Yes, yes, yes. You know, I think that we're going to have to rework it. That's what I think. You know, I think based
It's
on the
going to knuckle drag this whole thing.
yeah, and I think based on I think based on the performance at that meeting the other night,
Yeah.
and with Randy and with Bob, so many people are outraged by that, including myself, that I don't see how we proceed under these circumstances, which is what they want. They want us
Yeah.
to say,
Of course.
kill the audit. We're not killing the audit.
Right.
We want to fine tune it. And if we have to put it back out there, but we are not killing the
No,
audit. So
it
no
needs to
matter
be
what
done.
they do, it's not going to happen.
Yeah, it needs to be done.
Yeah. And they have so many violations. And just so the audience knows, I said it was going to happen today, but it didn't happen today. Tomorrow, for sure. We're going to have 3 emails that are going to get posted. And Brian, I'll get them to you so that maybe you can post them if you have Twitter. I don't have Twitter.
Yep.
I'm going to post them on Facebook. We're going to have 3 email addresses and backup for people to write and voice their concerns and complaints to the Inspector General of Fraud and Waste. And I'll get that information for you. The Inspector General oversees procurement, which is Randy Scollins and what Bob McCarthy are doing. And anyone watching that committee meeting can clearly see that there's a problem.
Yeah.
We're also going to have an email address for open meeting violations. We have plenty of those as well. And so we're going to, that will be out there. And then there was also discrimination, blatant discrimination against women. And so there will be an email address provided for people to send complaints to the Massachusetts Commission Against Discrimination. So we want to flood these offices with complaints for these leaders that are not leading, nor can they ever. These people lack the competencies for the jobs that they hold. Randy should be terminated and Bob should be as well.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, this is all design. I mean, just going to keep continuing to put this back so they bury this and this audit doesn't happen. But keep up the fight, Rita. I mean, I know you're doing a great job. There's a lot of people that go into the meetings and kind of give them hell, and and you have every right to do that. And I think you're doing an amazing job down there. And this is what I always tell people, this is not only happening in Canton. This is happening in your town too. This is happening in your city. You have every single right to see who's on these boards and know everything about them and what policies they stand for. This is your community. This is where you live. This is where you lay your head at night. And you have every right to know what's going on. And if something's not right, as a citizen, as a resident of your town or your city, you have every right to stand up and speak about it and make a change. And that's why I always tell people it's very, very important to get involved in your local elections. And I know I'm kind of spewing repetitive things. I know I'm spewing repetitive things here, but everybody gets so hung up on national elections. The president is going to be the president, that the Congress is going to be Congress, and the House of Representatives is going to be the House. It's just going to always be a flip-flopping back and forth, where you have people that would come into these town seats or these city seats and may sit there for 20 years and something doesn't get done. They don't get voted out. They keep, I see the same signs in my city all the time. The one that I always see is John Hawkins for, I don't know, I forget what he is, some position on the board. And the guy wins every year because no one challenges him. But then I sit here and I watch like my community pages on my Facebook, through Facebook, my community page, and everybody bitches about what's going on in the city. And I'm like, if you dead asses would just get up and go in and vote these people out and vote or challenge them, step up and challenge one of these people, give them a better option. Maybe you can make a significant change in your town or city, but everybody's so afraid. That's the thing. And that's what I love about you, Rita, and the select few that have stood up in Canton. You're not afraid, and you're tired of this because you've laid your head there for many, many years, and you have every right to make a change. So get enough people.
We are not getting what we paid for. And, and somebody asked a question, do you have to be from Canton to send in these emails? No. You
No.
can be from anywhere all over the world. If you
Mhm.
have a computer and you can send an email, you can help us and send in a letter of complaint. And
Mm.
you can be from anywhere. It's how you feel, and you have a right to express it. And we would appreciate whatever you can do. In
Mhm.
terms of the meetings, I'm going to say I have never gone to the government meetings. My first
Mhm.
government meeting was like last August, last July, with the select board meeting. And I started going because I started hearing on Turtle Boy what was going on in the town. And then Chris Albert is on the select board. And I'm like,
Yeah.
something's wrong here. And so I just went to get information. And I haven't stopped because the more they shut us down,
Yeah.
the more we
They
learn.
win.
The
Right.
more we learned. And we just kept, it was like an onion, what was going on, and everything, you ask questions. So I realized I'm from the private sector. You know, I worked full time. I went to school nights. I had my children. I still worked,
Mhm.
you know, and I was always go, go, go. And I never had time really to get involved in the politics, and government worked for me, and that was okay. And I did
Yeah.
vote in elections, but I only voted if I had information. I didn't want to vote for somebody I didn't know anything
For
about.
sure.
But I always thought government worked. And after this experience, and after what I've seen for the last 15 months, and what everyone else has seen, we all need to look at what's going on in our towns,
Yeah.
because this isn't just Canton. This is happening in other cities and towns around the country and around the world. And
Mhm.
if we can learn from this and get involved, and you don't even have to run for office, all you have to do is show up. All you have to do is watch the meetings and ask questions.
Yeah.
And what I've learned from this, which I did not know before, is the Freedom of Information Act. I
Mhm.
didn't know that.
Yeah.
We, as citizens in this country, can send information to our town
Yep.
hall and ask for information, and
Mhm.
it's public
Yeah, you
record.
have every right to do that. That's what I say is, here's a prime example. I mean, look at, what happened through COVID, all of the rioting that we went through, people's towns were getting burned down. Those constituents just the leaders, they just sat back and they let a lot of this just happen. You can't allow people like that to run your cities and towns. If there's strife going on, it needs to stop. You can't allow
Right.
businesses to burn to the ground. And I get it. That was an extremely sensitive time, but that doesn't mean to go out and burn your whole fucking city down,
No.
and a lot of these leaders just sat back and let it happen. Well,
Yeah.
why are we going to do that? Well, because we know if we let the city burn to the ground and we let people get away with what they're going to get away with. I mean, look at what happened in Boston on Newbury Street. I mean, they were smashing businesses. But what happens? Well, we can put in for a grant. We get a bunch of government money. We fix what we fix. And guess where the rest of the money goes? Right here in the old pockets,
Yeah.
and that's usually what happens with a lot of that stuff because they overbid. They get these huge checks. They'll fix whatever they need to fix. And the rest of it just mysteriously disappears. And we don't know where the rest of the funds went. So, I mean, you have every right to go out and look into, who's running your towns and cities. And I encourage everybody to do it. I encourage
Absolutely.
everybody to
I
do it.
never knew about it. And I can't tell you how many FOIA requests I've done. And for example, when we found out that Gallagher was making $320,000 a year, we paid the guy who did solo cups and
Yeah.
leaf blower and didn't secure the crime scene or take pictures of the body or any of that. He got paid $320,000 last year. Not a bad gig for him.
Right.
And I requested his payroll. And I looked at his payroll, and I'm still waiting to hear back from the town hall. He had 5 weeks on average, 74 hours of pay when it's a 40-hour week. And one
So you're
week,
running all the overtime.
103 hours of pay. So I am waiting for an explanation. I'm sure legal is going to give me one of those very vague responses.
Oh, of course.
So I mean, I did ask for the timestamps and everything, and it was like 3 weeks to get it. And I said, listen, an audit's going to take care of that. But I'd like to understand how this guy can record on average for 5 weeks, not humanly possible, 74 hours of pay. Now, I do know that when they have special details, it can be an 8-hour special detail. And if they only work 4 hours and the detail's done, they get paid for 8. I got that.
Mhm.
But I didn't see how that added up in what I looked at. So this is the type of information you can ask. We've asked for bills, whatever you want to know. All you have to do is send an email to your town hall,
Right.
and they need to give it to you.
Yeah.
The Freedom of Information Act, it's huge. And
Yeah.
that's how you can hold your town accountable. You don't have to run for office. You
Right.
just have to get the information.
And get it out there.
Get
Muffy
it
Loops.
and hold them accountable to it.
Yeah. Muffy Loops, $5 says, I was the one that shouted at Brian LTL in the Big Lots parking lot earlier today. I was over there and I didn't hear you, so I apologize. But thank you for yelling and shouting out. That was cool. If I would have recognized you, I would have went over and said hi. But I didn't even hear it, so I apologize. But thank you. Thank you. I
Yes.
appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, Rita, I don't know. We're going to go through the meeting here. I want everybody to, look through this if they didn't catch it the other day. I think it's very imperative that people understand, what is going on in Canton with this police audit, what's going on, obviously, with the select board meetings. We'll run through it tonight, and you can see the pushback, and we're going to see a lot of that. And, I hope that you get a bid on Monday, Rita, and someone comes in and bids this, and that, it doesn't get pushed back. But I'm going to tell you, my confidence is not as high as I would like it to be.
Yeah.
But it's going to be the ever growing tale here until it gets some type of end, and it needs to happen. It needs to happen.
I don't know. I'm not usually I'm optimistic. I'm not optimistic.
No.
For Monday. I'm not, because I think that they have done a fabulous job at sabotaging this.
Of course.
And that's what they wanted to do.
Yeah. Well, they're going to get up. What they're doing is using these select board meetings and these police audit meetings to get up there and sit as the chair of the board. And you can see the body language. We're going to see that tonight. The body language is, I'm not interested. And I'm going to be a mother effer on this panel. So I push you away because you're not going to want to deal with me. If you bid this job and you come in, I'm the guy that you're going to have to answer to, and I'm just going to continue to push back. So let's put that persona out there so that someone goes, I'm not dealing with that guy.
Right. I think you're giving them a little bit more credit than they deserve. I think they're just a train wreck. I think they're just a train wreck.
Yeah.
And I think they're not that smart. They know they have to sabotage it. And I just don't think that they are wise enough to know that their actions speak volumes.
Yeah.
And I think that they think that they're pulling one over on us. And I think that they were rudely awakened Thursday night, because I think the complaints went flooding in.
Yeah.
I know some people
As they should.
As they should.
As they should.
We are not taking this. We are going to get the audit of compliance against the police, the police, and figure out where we're doing great and where we need to improve.
Yeah.
And we know that, but I mean, here's another thing, right? So we're trying to make the police department the best that it can be.
Right.
And I've always had the utmost respect for the Canton Police Department. My father has had relatives that were on the Canton Police, and I grew up, so respectful of the Canton Police and the Canton Fire Department. I moved here because my family's here. My dad's family's here. But we have police officer Kevin Albert, who can get shit-faced in the cruiser with Mike Proctor.
Yep.
Leave his gun, leave his badge, say, "Oh, just throw it in my mailbox," and get
3
summer
days
off with pay, and then have to give 3 days back of no pay. That's not punishment. So if that's the kind of punishment that the Canton Police Department, levies out, then
pretty weak.
It's pretty weak.
Yeah.
And so if people break, and that's what I think is happening, is there's no consequences. We have policies and procedures. In the private sector, if you don't follow them, there's consequences. In the public sector, when you don't follow them, it's like, look, didn't follow it. Next time we'll do better. And that's not effective.
No, it's not an effective way. And it's not effective discipline for, the violations, and again, I have to agree with you. If I did something as egregious as that, I probably would have been fired.
Exactly.
Probably would have been fired.
Exactly.
And
he gets the summer off of pay.
Yeah. It's crazy. It's crazy. You lose your service weapon is out there where someone could get hurt. Someone get
Right.
access to that car. That'd be a lot of problems if someone got that weapon and either hurt someone or hurt themselves. But
And
yeah,
what's he doing? What's he doing drinking in a
yeah,
cruiser,
right.
with his gun and his badge? I mean, they have no respect. They have no respect.
Yeah.
It's just not right. And, if there's no consequences for that, there's no consequences for anything.
Yeah. No,
And
I agree.
that's why people go rogue, because there's no consequence. But what happens is when you have people that do not follow the rules, then it demoralizes the people that do. And what happens is you lose your good people, and then all you're left with is the bad. And
Yeah.
we
Yep.
cannot be left with just the bad in law enforcement.
Right.
We
Or you
to
have
fix this.
Yeah, or you have one bad egg that just spoils 2 or 3 or 4 more, and then you have a bunch of bad eggs. So
Yeah.
that happens as well too.
Right. Yeah. People just say, hey, well, he can get away with it. I'll
Get
do
away
it.
with it. I'm gonna do the same thing. Yep.
Right. And then you
Yeah.
have, a team that is demoralized and not performing.
100%. 100%. All right, Rita. So where do we go from here? Again, if you want to shut out those emails, or you're gonna get them
I'll
over
send
to
it to you.
me.
Yeah,
Let
I'm
people know.
still finalizing that. Yeah. So let me finalize that.
Yep.
And then I'll get that to you. And then I will I can drop off and you guys can watch the audit meeting.
Yeah, and
And
then what I'd love to do is, maybe we can do a follow-up after Monday and just let us know what happened in the process, because I know you're very in tune with
yes.
this, and have you back on and you can give everybody a little bit of an update. That'd be great.
Oh, that sounds great. Thanks
Yeah.
a lot, Brian. And everybody, appreciate your support. We really do. So thank you so much and have a good night.
Yeah, thanks for popping on, Rita. I'll talk to you soon.
Okay, thank you.
All right, take care. Sebastian's asking, one of the things that brought up during the audit meeting was Craig Casey. What do you think of the eerie parallels between him and John O'Keefe? I think it's worth a deeper dive. Unfortunately, I'm sorry, I don't know much about this, but it's certainly something that I can look into, and I appreciate your $10 super chat. All right, what we're going to do is we're going to watch the Canton Select Board meeting, because I wanted to get started a little bit earlier tonight because it is a little bit long. It's about 2 hours. But I hope that you all can, hang with me through all of this and watch this if you haven't seen it, or watch it on replay. What I'm going to do tonight is I'm going to give away a free Karen Reed hat. And the way that you can get involved in that, and this is going to be this beautiful one right here, is any super chat over $5 will get you entered in. And then what we're going to do at the end is we're going to have a little fun race. And I am going to just start adding everybody's names that have already contributed or dropped a super chat so far. And then at the end, we'll have like this fun little race, and it's pretty fun. But you have to be here at the end to claim your prize if you are the winner. So if you would like to get in the running for the free Karen Reed hat, anything over a $5 super chat will get you into the race. I'm going to throw Amy in there because Amy's a mod. So anything after this, it's $5 and above, and that will get you in to the running. And then we're going to do this little race at the end. It's pretty fun, actually. I'm just going to pull my thing over here. Let me just get a couple names added in. Moofy. And you got to be here to the end to get it. If you're not and you don't come forward, then I'll just redraw it. Sebastian. Let's see. All right. What a way to slow down the show, right? All right. Sebastian A. Let's see. All right. Cool. All right, let's play on, players. Let's see. Do we have anybody in? No. But if you want to get in, anything over $5 super chat will get you in. All right, let's pull up the Canton Select Board meeting and run through this puppy. And then at the end, we'll do this drawing for the free Karen Reed hat. All right, sit back, relax. We got a little bit of time here. Let's go,
I want
people.
to remind people that these meetings are being
I'm just-
recorded by Canton Cable, to be seen at a later time if that is you so wish. First on the agenda is approval of the minutes of 6:12.
I'll be right back.
I'll be looking for a motion to approve.
Motion to approve. Second.
All the discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
5-0. Okay. Second, questions on the RFP and how to respond to them. Allison's going to put the RFP up on the boards. The RFP is basically put together. Town council, Mr. Scollins, Chief Rafferty, and Louis Jutras. David, back on was it the 16th, said who'll be contacting the police department to get answers to these questions from the vendors and the other vendors. No one on this committee is privy to this information, which is correct. I couldn't answer half of the questions. So town council basically went over this and put it together. The first questions that came in, the CARE group really don't do police audits. They CARE listed as a digital forensic service that works on litigation support for clients with actual potential trial cases pending. So it wouldn't be too far of a stretch to say that they might have something to do with the Reed trial. The other one that's very similar that came in late Friday, Eden Bailey in California, with the Reed California lawyer, they had over 17 questions that were along a similar nature, a lot of things that really don't have to do with the audit that we'll answer. But it was necessary at that point to go to town council to make sure that we protected the town properly, which I believe that we've done. So any questions or comments on the answers as presented?
Yes, Mr. Chair. So in regards to the first one that's up on the board, the answers that we're giving to these vendors, they're just very vague. Communications will be made as promptly as reasonably possible. As you know, there's a public records law request in the Commonwealth, and 10 days should be the maximum. But if we're having auditors travel from across the country to be in person to conduct an audit, they should be given access to that information that day. We shouldn't be requiring them to make multiple trips back and forth. That's only going to inflate the cost of this project.
Well, that's not saying that they're not. It's just saying as promptly as reasonably possible. And basically, that's from a lawyer. I'm not a lawyer. You're not a lawyer. So they're answering it as lawyers. So to change what is written there, it's going to be very difficult for me to accept, because I know they're trying to protect the interests of the town of Canton, and I will support them 100%. So making any changes, it's going to be very difficult for me to accept.
Well, Mr. Chair, the FBI has just arrested and accused an officer of statutory rape, murder, and a host of other things. So this is something that wasn't even on the table back then. This is a whole new angle that's been brought to light in this town. So I think it's time to stop covering
Was this a
for these rapists and, excuse me, sir.
Was this a Canton police officer?
Canton police officers conducted the investigation into this and determined it was a suicide
Canton police officer,
for Sandra Birchmore.
yes. And the Canton police officers would have secured the scene and brought in the state police who do the homicide.
Yeah.
They were not the ones.
I also believe it was the medical examiner, not any investigator, that determined it was a suicide.
And again, this is investigation. We're looking at doing an audit, and only an audit. So making any changes to go after what you always wanted to do is an investigation.
Big bad Bob
I'm not going to support
McCarthy.
it.
Well, when it comes down to the price, this is going to overinflate the price. And I know you're going to end up complaining about the price as we get further into the discussion, because some vendors did come in and say that the $200,000 may not be reasonable. So if we're just putting out ambiguous answers, then we're going to receive bids that are going to exceed the $200,000. You know, these people are looking for preciseness. We don't want to have something that's just overly broad.
David, I believe me, I see what you're saying, but being the fact that they're vague about the questions that they may have, how would you answer that question?
Got it, Kurt.
I mean, I have no idea.
Done these
what kind of a
giveaways
question
before.
that they possibly could be raising. I mean, how would you answer it not knowing what the question is?
Well, the question, you know, is obviously stated, but what's the timeline to get the communications? So I believe later in the document that's provided up here, everything's digital. So there should
I like this name.
a delay for providing digital documents. Digital documents should be in a snap of a finger. Anyone could access them through any kind of search
I
query
would agree
or
if we
database.
were talking exclusively about digital and electronic communications, but I have no idea what kind of questions they may be asking. I don't want to see anything delayed either because I'm concerned about the price as well. But I just don't know how else you could honestly answer that question when you don't know what the questions might be, whether it's researching of records, availability of personnel, digital records.
Well, this specific question relates to communications between the police department and the select board.
Yeah,
So we've learned that
So
our
what
IT director can
questions are
go
we,
through
what
and query
communication
the
do they want?
database in a very easy way using certain phrases. So if we have the personnel on site, that should be when the audit's happening. If an auditor for the IRS comes in, they don't allow you 10, 20, 30 days. This is just a way to potentially obstruct by saying, oh, we don't have that information. And another vendor raises questions about obstructing throughout the process that's on the agenda item, the STRIM group, and what methods are going to be in place to prevent obstruction.
I think every single one.
There you go. Ask Bob.
Concerned about the price, as we're all taxpayers of the town of Canton. I personally don't want to see anything delayed, and I know you don't. I think Dr. Muse and Bob, Kathleen doesn't. We all want to see things done expeditiously, and I don't think that is a response that is trying to stalemate that. I think it's just lawyer speak, as Bob says.
One of the responses that we'll see at a later question is all the information.
Jeffrey, thank you.
Okay,
Why
but-
would we have a delay on digital?
Because they have to go
information?
through the information and separate what is part of the audit and what may not be part of the audit. When you say town provide communication between police department and select board, well, there might be communications that are, have nothing to do with anything about the audit itself. And they'll probably want to separate it out. So it does have to be reviewed, or it has some information that would be private. But at the end of the day, you would be having to ask what exactly the communications they want. And they're saying they'll get it back as reasonably as possible. I assume that that's what they mean, as soon as possible. And they're not going to, are you looking for like in 48 hours, 72 hours? But if you're going to ask for that, then you have to specify exactly the information they're looking for.
So we do mention that it's digital information, and digital information should be provided at the time of the request. And if there is multiple queries on that search term that auditor is looking for, that's up to them to go through and look at it. We've granted unfettered access for this information, so it's up to the auditor to segregate and determine which information may be relevant to their review in this case. So I would move to update these, provide the digital information upon request.
Yeah. It's a pretty easy process.
You're taking the place of a legal. You don't have a degree. You're not protecting the town, and you don't even know if that's possible. So it has to be broad because we don't know what they're going to ask or when they're going to ask.
Now you're attacking my character.
No, you're not a lawyer, is what I said.
You
Are you
said
a
I don't
lawyer?
have a degree.
You
So
don't have a degree as a lawyer. That's what I said, and that's what I meant. Did you misunderstand me?
is this
Tough guy,
Mr.
Bob.
Chair, this is not like a way to talk to people in a public space, screaming and yelling at
Yeah.
people's faces. Like
You're a
that.
chairman.
This
You're the
is highly
chairman.
irregular.
Oh, for somebody like you, that's
For somebody like me, again, you're attacking my character. This
No,
is,
it's not your character. You're
this
just
is
not a
very
lawyer.
disrespectful.
You're not a lawyer, are you?
You can't
Do you
treat,
have a
you
legal
cannot
degree?
treat me like
Do
this.
you
sir.
have a legal degree?
Point of
Sir,
order.
you cannot treat me like this. I don't have a legal degree, but I have common sense.
Right.
And we know that our town attorney and other officials in the room and yourself are here to obstruct and cover for murders.
Whoa. So you basically.
Here we go.
Public comment.
Do we have a code of conduct in the town of Canton? Because you sure as heck don't understand
We
it.
don't, and
But we do.
and this wouldn't be a way to conduct a meeting by a chair if we actually did
I
have a
think
code
it's
of
a perfectly
conduct.
good way to conduct a meeting.
Screaming and yelling
Asking
at that.
if the one who's asking to change town council's opinion, who has a legal degree, from somebody who doesn't have a legal degree. And now is upset because I'm questioning the fact that he doesn't have a legal degree.
Bob, it's how you question.
It doesn't
You're
mean-
yelling
Wait a
at
minute.
him. You're yelling at him, and you tell us you're an expert in Robert's Rules of Order.
No,
so I'm
I didn't say
sure
I was an
you
expert. I
know
said I know it.
that
Don't put
decorum
words
and
in my mouth.
respect- I'm sure you know that decorum and respect run all through Robert's Rules, and you were shouting at Dave, and you were treating him disrespectfully.
No, I really wasn't. I was treating him as it should be. Let's move on and let's get this done. Next.
So I move to amend the first questions, answers A and B,
To what?
to provide information upon request to the auditor.
I second that motion.
We have a first and a second. Do we have any other discussion on that? All right.
Well,
vote.
hold on. You know,
Easy. Thank you for becoming a new member.
I suppose they're
Thank you.
entitled,
You're
but
part of the
I
Ghost
don't think
Squad.
we
Welcome to
can
the
make
Ghost
that
Squad.
judgment If we want to bring it back to the attorney to see if the way that it's being phrased is acceptable. But otherwise,
talked
I'm
to
not
town
changing it.
council.
I myself wouldn't change it.
You're right.
I would either we just vote on it, or any changes would have to then be reviewed
We have to,
again.
it's a motion and a
We have to
second.
publish by tomorrow morning. So we're under a very tight time schedule.
Okay.
And we were told that town council would be hands off on this,
No,
okay?
well,
This
not
is-
when it comes to
You
protecting
told,
the
you
interests
said
of-
that on the first
Well, we
day.
also
of
No,
our-
told
and I
town
qualified
employees
it the
were not
next
gonna be
meeting,
on
if you go back and look at it. After all the changes you come in with the laundry list, I qualified that. Go back and
Guy's
look
a
at it.
dick.
Bob,
So
you
we have a
added-
vote on the
you
table.
added a
There's-
laundry list as well. I would like to say something as discussion before the vote.
Go ahead.
Canton has become nationally known for its lack of transparency.
Yep.
And this answer signals to people who are considering bidding on this. This signals, well, as promptly as reasonably possible. That means it signals a possibility of obstruction. So if there is, I'm sure there's a better way to phrase this that wouldn't give that signal, or perhaps that is what is perhaps that signaling.
Rachel, thank
is
you
the
so
truth.
much.
We have a motion on the table? All
Ah,
those in favor?
yes. I forgot about that. Thank you.
Nay.
3-0, 3-2.
So in this case, we're probably going to have to submit a special town meeting article for supplemental funding.
Okay.
And I move that, we'll probably make a later motion that we can write a warrant article to get supplemental funding, because these questions, if you're not going to budge on it and you're going to allow the town attorney, who was supposed to be hands off, and Mr. Scollins, who was
Right.
supposed to have ministerial
This is
duties,
ministerial.
a lot of the things have not been ministerial.
Well, this is ministerial, maybe. You just don't understand ministerial, but this is
See,
ministerial.
there you go again, attacking me.
No,
So
Yeah.
not a-
That's,
That's a
can argue
statement of
the
fact, not an
point.
attack.
David and Kathleen, and again, in all due respect, but when somebody asks me a question, whether it's a personal question or a professional question, if I can't give a definitive answer, I would answer, I can't tell you I would use the exact verbiage, but to maintain my credibility, I
And
would
thank you
tell
so much,
I will
8-month
get it to you
member.
as soon as I possibly can, not
Yeah,
knowing how long it's
it's-
going to take to get you what
It's
you
ridiculous,
want.
right?
And again, I know you're referencing in large part digital communications, but again, I get back to the point, we don't know if those are the kinds of questions and that it's going to be requested of the town.
Have you read the full question and answer
I have.
response?
I have.
So you will see in there that it does say all of the communications are digital,
Again, it is-
all the records.
all the records are the same as hard copies except digital. They still have to be reviewed for other reasons. There could be personal information.
Not on a public records request, not during an audit. These
I
are public
can't answer
records.
that question, but I'm assured, I can assure you that there could be some records that the union may want to keep away if it has personal information about people that should be kept personal. So they do review through it all before it's sent over. I can go to the Freedom of Information Act and get public records from the federal government, and a lot of stuff will be crossed out.
But this is not a public
And-
records request. This is an audit.
I understand it's an audit.
Two different things.
Yes, no, I understand
Right.
what you're saying, but there still could be information. Anytime this is done, whether it's a hard copy or a digital copy, it is looked over first. Make sure files that didn't get put in it that have nothing to do with the police, it just got mixed up. All those things can happen, similar to a file that you put in your drawer that you end up misfiling something. So it does have to be reviewed. And so
Well,
they're
let's
trying to say
move
that
on.
they'll get to it as soon as possible. I think, quite frankly, I think they want this done as much as everybody else at this table.
Well, I would disagree.
So,
A
well,
thorough and independent audit, I would disagree.
Well, we disagree with your,
Yeah, well,
we
this-
think you're very
this-
biased when it comes to this, so.
No, by bias, you mean opinionated, right?
No, I mean biased. I
Bias.
mean, you've gone after the police chief and others and so
Oh,
forth. so
God.
Biased.
Well, let me ask you this. Do you have a different opinion since your town meeting speech?
Right.
Since the FBI has come?
Because
to,
you're not
doing an
biased.
audit.
Are you
That's an
presenting
investigation.
yourself
They're
as
two
not
different-
biased?
they're Two different pockets. You seem to be hung up. You think we should be doing an investigation. We're not.
Well,
Town meeting votes for
Mr.
an audit.
Mr. Chair, if you look in your RFP that you sent over, you actually referenced the word investigation about a dozen times. And
I don't-
that's what you put in there because you took it from Holyoke. And that's
Right.
what they had in there. They were having an investigation, and this is in your documents, sir.
Not now. We're doing an audit, and we spent, what, 3 meetings for 3 hours each, bringing down, and we cut, what, 30% of that? And Kathleen basically went before the finance committee and town meeting and said, after the thorough investigation she did, $200,000 will easily be able to cover
No,
all
Bob,
this.
please don't misquote me. You have a habit of doing that. Please don't misquote me.
Okay,
Would you like me to tell you what I
yeah,
said?
exactly what did you say?
Sitting
I
right
said
there.
that $200,000 would be what we would need to attract a national firm. What I had been told, and I did not
Yeah,
give all of this
you're right,
in those
Darcy.
remarks, but that was the low end of what we would need to attract a national firm. And we felt that we would take the low end estimate because we're taxpayers too, and we want it to be done, as thriftily as possible. You're adding a lot of words to what I said.
So 200,000 should be able to be.
Mr.
get it
Chair,
done.
Mr. Scollins in the room even referenced at one of the finance committee meetings, $200,000 would be enough. And
Oh,
you're
he
acting
said
Let me just get to this really quick. Carrie Ann, thank you so much. $20 super chat says, so glad to not live there anymore. I know Andreas and the Berkeys call for restrictions on LTCs from federally cleared citizens. They don't want citizens to defend themselves. Thank you so much for the $20. I appreciate it. All right, let's play on, players.
we
like
just
the
needed a
town has never
fraction of
had
that.
supplemental funding for any project. Every project you've worked on has supplemental funding. The rink, the Paul Revere site, you picked the highest bid on the middle school, $50 million higher, and you're worried about a couple of $100,000 to restore trust in our community. There's other projects, the library. We could go on and on about the projects that required supplemental funding or taking bonds
We don't have that money available.
from other
We can
projects.
we can only award with money in the till. Right now, the only thing we have in the till is $200,000.
How did you award then $50 million over what you had for the schools, for the school?
How did we win?
Bids came in at 170 million. You
Yeah,
picked one
and
for,
that's a long term, and depending on the
240
state
million.
investigation and their turn back. We're also going to be going through borrowing, go through town meeting. It'll be covered in that manner. It isn't all upfront money. I don't think you've been paying attention to some of that. The other items that we do, we vote. If we
This
have
guy's
a bid
such a
that comes
dick.
in excess of money availability, we can't sign a contract.
Hey, Bob-
It's a dead issue. We only have $200,000.
But you know we can go for supplemental funding
But
in
you
a
can't
number
sign,
of different
you can't
ways.
do a bid on what you might or might not get. You have to have the money in the till, period.
The Energy Aggregation Committee just came and asked for extra money for a
I mean, that's sabotage right there. I mean, he's essentially just putting it out there to the world, like, hey, look, if we don't have the money, then we're not going to get this audit done, and that's essentially what Bob's doing. Like Rita talked about, let's sabotage this thing before we get to a conclusion or get those bids in on Monday. That's what's going on here. He knows
proposal
it.
They needed, and the
The
select
money
board
has
gave
gotta
them
be in the till.
mitigation funds, and they ended up going with a better vendor.
Yeah, right.
Bob, do you
I
remember
would
the
be too.
speech that you gave at the special town meeting about how this was unnecessary and you wouldn't risk your license, which I don't believe you have a license, but you said you wouldn't risk your license on this terrible, terrible project. Are you, you're
I
not
was
biased?
referring to
You're
Mr.
not-
Collins. I never
you're-
said I had a license.
You're not biased? are you
I
saying?
also said, and you've also quoted me for the past 3 or 4 months, that I was against this audit. I said
You were
further on in the
completely
same
against it.
speech.
On
Seems
I
video.
pretty
was in
much like
favor
you
of the
are.
audit under the selectmen. Do you know why? Because they already were working on a scope of services that you never had. I said from the very beginning at town meeting, you needed a scope of service. You were lacking it. That was the most important thing to have, and you didn't have it.
Not
Now
for-
we have something.
Yeah, not for an article for town meeting, but that would be like having the fox edit the hen house.
I don't understand that.
Because the select board are the police commissioners
Yep.
of the town.
She's
Do you
right.
trust anybody?
I certainly do.
Not
Once again,
you.
You're personalizing this.
Well, I think you are by the previous comment.
No, those were public comments that you made and you were very proud to make. You were
And
completely
you cherry
biased.
picked what I said. I still have the speech if you
Completely
like.
biased.
Katie, thank you
It's
for
on
becoming a
video. I
new
hope you
member. I
can go
appreciate
look it
it. Thank you.
So don't I.
Yeah.
So don't I.
We'll get you
All
into
right, can we
the
move on as to what we're going to do with these others?
drawing.
Oh, we're going to be here all
Yeah.
night.
Well, it seems like it's
As
going to
a
be a
dick.
2-0 vote, but
Right.
we'll go through
Whatever you'd like.
for the motions,
We could bring it up now if you would want
the obstructed
and
motions.
vote as it is and see where it
Wow.
goes. Or we can do this for the next 2 to 3 hours.
I'm perfectly fine with that, Bob,
Which,
with completing the task of the committee.
well, explain that.
We
do
have to
do
go
we
through
bring this up-
question by
Do we bring this
question.
up for a vote now, or do you want to continue to want to change all these and we go through for the next 2 hours?
Unreal.
Well, let's.
You say it's going to go
this-
3-2.
We have an agenda item on the board and we're discussing it. So let's.
I agree.
With the agenda items and see how they
Okay,
play
all
out.
right, well, I just want to be clear. Go ahead.
Unreal.
Okay, the next question. Will the audit process be delayed until the conclusion of the investigation, internal, state, or federal? The answer, the audit process is intended to be independent of all matters. So-
Other
Other
matters.
matters.
Sorry, for some reason, I should have changed the font, but every email that comes out of the Office of the Finance is in like size 10 font, and it's very hard to read when printed. And I feel like that's done intentionally. But
Why can Mr. Scarlett speak for the
Mr.
audience, but
Minister,
the
Yeah.
other
this
audience
is not the
members
public
cannot
comment
speak?
section. And how come you're not reprimanding him, Mr. Chair?
Mr. Scollins, please, no comments from the chair. until
That's his
you're
buddy.
recognized.
Yes.
Oh, that's, okay. I understand, Randy.
Yes.
Yes, I will reprimand, you're reprimanded.
And just to be clear, discussing the size of a font is not someone's character, okay? It's the size of a font.
Okay, can we move on, please?
All right. What is the next one that we would like?
Indeed.
Have you put this together, or are you making this up as you go? I meant, have you written it out?
I have. If you'd like to see,
No,
I
I'm
have
just- I'm asking.
actually
I can't say. I'm-
written it out. I'm sorry, I'm being distracted. Everyone's, you guys
Simple
aren't
question,
conducting
if
a
you've got it,
meeting under
you've got it
Robert's
done.
Rules of Orders, which is unfortunate. This is how our town is supposed to be conducting business, but apparently it doesn't matter in this town because we have people that hide in their
Kim, I love
closets and
that.
do Zoom meetings because they're scared of the public.
Yep.
And this is why, Mr. McCarthy, you're setting a terrible tone for the whole town. So,
I agree.
and you're going to be on
May I
NBC
make a
News
motion?
again,
We
yelling
take
at
a
all of us.
5-minute break just for
No.
the room to
This-
cool down.
No.
This is, at least you're not screaming and screaming at the audience as you have at other audit meetings. So
If they
that's
get
a
out
little
of
bit of
order,
an
I will.
improvement.
I
We
wouldn't
did,
want to
and you
disappoint
didn't.
you. 5 minutes?
5 minutes.
5 minutes. Okay, we'll take a 5-minute break.
No,
All in favor of the break?
no.
All those in favor?
It doesn't matter what we think because it's 3-2. That's the way it was designed.
No, I think we need a break.
Unreal.
Honestly, I think it'd be great just to cool the temperature in the room.
Yeah, that's all. That's
Oh,
all. we're looking
No,
for.
it's all they can commiserate out back for
Oh, okay.
5 minutes.
I'm just talking about all of us, all of us.
So let's just have a break.
You know, there's nothing more than I hate when there is a disagreement or you're trying to have a simple conversation and someone walks away from you. That is complete and utter disrespect to you as a person that is trying to get to a conclusion of that disagreement. I will give you a classic example. This happened to me at my day job a couple of weeks ago. I was in a disagreement with my boss. He had asked me to step outside to resolve it. And when I stepped outside and he asked me, what is the issue? I started to outline the issues to him. And he didn't want to hear me. And he started to walk away. And I literally looked at him and I said, why are you walking away from me? I'm trying to get to a resolution here. It's because he just doesn't care. He doesn't care to listen. It's always just, and I've been very public about this. I work for like literally the worst boss, you know, like Howard Stern, pig vomit. You know, if you've ever seen the Howard Stern Private Parts, pig vomit. My boss is pig vomit. And he literally just walked away from me. I said, why are you walking away? I'm not finished like trying to have a conversation and outline a resolution here. You're literally walking away from me. And this happened to me. It is like literally the worst person I've ever worked for in my entire life. All right, so let's get to this 5-minute break here.
It's disrespectful.
I'm in sales.
Bob, may I speak to you, please?
Yes.
There they go. All right. Yeah, better go. Commiserate. Microphones are off. I'm going to speed up here because the microphones were off.
Because we've all read.
Let's go back. Here we go. Back to the meeting.
Bob, did you speak to Mr. Scollins out in the hallway?
I did.
Did I speak to Mr. Collins?
Yeah, you both went out into the hallway.
I said hi.
Yes.
Stop.
Came over and we
You're lying.
Nice.
Before you continue, I'd like to take
Are
for
we
a
back
second.
in session?
Hmm?
Are we back in session?
Yes, we're back in session. I would like to make a motion that we accept the questions and answers as assembled by Town Council, Randy Scollins, Chief Rafferty, and Louis Juchas.
Is that a ministerial request?
No. No.
Why did all three of you leave the room?
Yeah.
This is violating a procurement that's not supposed to happen.
So,
This is a
I
designee
asked.
where you're getting involved with.
I sense your
I had never met
sarcasm.
Randy Scollins in person until this very moment. I didn't know who he was until his name was mentioned to me. Number one. Number two, I suggested it to Bob that we just move on because we've all read it. We have discussed it, and we, quite frankly, yes, the three of us do not have any objections to what is written. So I anticipate that we're going to abide by what the town attorney said. And if we can go through it, but it will be a 3-2 vote.
But the town attorney was hands off. And wait, how do you know it's going to be a 3-2 vote when he wasn't even out there? So
Because it was
have you
designed
guys
that way.
colluded
We have a
beforehand?
motion, we have a motion on the floor
Beforehand. This
that's
is-
been
you're
seconded.
violating
Is that correct?
Right, Jody?
Committee and open meeting laws.
Do we have a motion on the floor?
Vote
Dave,
for the whole
Dave,
committee
you-
and
you-
say it's a
Dave,
3-2
you
vote.
hasn't been
interfere with the
seconded.
motion on the
Well, then
floor.
let's go through each one and see what the vote is.
No, we have a motion on the
That's
floor
not
right
how
now.
Committees work.
Now, we have a motion on the floor right now that's been seconded, that we accept the questions and answers have assembled and before us.
Can I
We had
clarify?
discussions on it. Go ahead.
We actually
The
haven't
people
had
who
any
answered the
discussions on it.
questions are the town council, The Louis Jutras was another town employee. Randy Scollins, who was another town employee who, like Louis Jutras and the police chief, works for the select board. So all the people who weren't
Wouldn't surprise me.
intended to have anything to do with an independent audit, they've answered these questions, and we're going to vote on it.
But then again, we have David on the 16th at 9:25 a.m. Who will be contacting the police department to get answers to these questions from the vendors and the other vendors? No one on the committee is privy to this information. So he asked me to do it. That's what I'm doing it. We still have a motion on the floor. All those in favor?
I didn't say contact town council. I didn't say contact Randy Scollins. I said, for instance, how many pieces of evidence do we have? Like, how would anyone know that other than the chief of police?
We still have a motion on the floor. All those in favor?
How about discussion? Can we
1, 2,
discuss?
3. Against?
We didn't even have a
what the vote is.
discussion on it. You're
You know what the
violating
vote is.
Robert's rules again.
You know what the vote is. It was designed this way
I have
back in
to hear it
November.
publicly.
The town council said it would be illegal to do it any other way than to have three of you know people against the two petitioners.
Does that mean you're voting against it? You haven't said.
Excuse me.
First, you're obstructing the cover for Kate.
Would you allow her to finish speaking?
No,
And be quiet,
I'm
please?
yielding to David.
What did you vote?
You're obstructing the cover for murderers in this town. All three of you.
You,
should all be
how
ashamed.
dare you even say that? You do not know if they were murderers.
know you
If there's
don't.
even a
FBI
case,
comes in.
the FBI
we
did not
know.
come in and
The
say that
FBI has
anybody,
come
any
in.
Canton police officer
Have you watched?
is a murderer. Yes, I have
Sandra
watched.
Birchmore was murdered.
Number
in
one. Number
Canton.
two, they are innocent until
Great.
proven guilty.
They haven't been charged with anything. That's
Yeah,
when
but am I
that
covering
protection
for a murderer?
attaches.
You're voting. what's
You
your
are
vote?
stating I'm
Yes or
covering
no?
for a murderer.
What was your vote? Abstain? Yes, no, abstain.
What's the question? We haven't even
The
had the
vote-
discussion part. You
Well,
violated
you already
Robert's
got a vote.
rules and we
I've got to vote on this.
usually you have it,
Three,
under
two.
Robert's rules of orders, you have a discussion before
It's
you
Rita
have a
talking.
vote. We didn't have a discussion.
Or are you just gonna just shut us all down? 'Cause we
You're
just-
out of order because I haven't recognized you.
This is
Please,
going
please
on,
leave.
and you've been
Please
speaking.
leave.
I'm not
Well, how
gonna-
come Randy
Please
doesn't have to
leave.
leave?
I am not
Go,
gonna
Rita.
call the police on you.
I would love to.
I agree,
Then
Dana.
go for it. Go ahead.
Let's go through
911.
each
Hit it,
question.
Randy. Hit it, Randy.
Go,
We're
Rita.
tired of this. We come here
Let's go
and
through
we
each
try to
question.
work with you, and all you're doing is yelling at people.
The public deserves
Please
to know
leave.
what the questions are,
I'm not-
and you're withholding.
Please have the police come here and escort her
I
out.
would like Mr. Scollins escorted out for speaking out of turn as well.
No,
Yes,
no, that's my call, not
it's
yours.
not your call
No, you-
because
No, and
you're covering for
do
him.
you have a vote to? have him
Randy's
leave?
calling the
I
police.
haven't
on
even
you.
had the discussion.
It's probably
His
the,
name is Randy Scollins and Rita I'm sorry, just Randy's.
And I come in peace,
Covering for murderers.
Oh, Jesus.
but we are being yelled at, and we are being excluded, and all we're worried about is
Wait up.
protecting the town. And audit is protecting the town.
You're out of order. Please sit
You
down.
know what? You're all out of order.
You're all out of order.
Rita.
Thank you. Please sit down. Please sit down.
Despicable. Yes, you can talk out of order and you call the cops on
Collins,
someone
do you
for
want to-
talking out of order? That's called bias in this town, Mr. Scollins. Are you going to remove yourself from the room for talking out of order? Are you going to remove yourself? See, this is how the Canton cronies run the town.
I love this.
Please be quiet.
And see,
I love this.
How else are we gonna get him to be quiet?
well, you're no different. It's you two are
could show
both
leadership.
yelling at each
You
other.
could show leadership, and I just want to
Peter.
No
know,
decorum in this
I just want to
room.
note
Right.
that Mr. Scollins works for the taxpayers. No, he's paid by the taxpayers. But by his,
Please be quiet.
Excuse me.
Now, what is the will of the committee? Do we want to vote this at this point, or do you want to table it and then go through these item by item for 3 hours? It's gonna be 3-2 down the line, I assume, because I'm not gonna change my mind.
That's not how Robert's rules
Well,
work. You
well,
don't just
let's-
assume votes.
Let's,
You have a discussion. You're not even conducting a meeting in the right way.
We will
If
go
we had a
through
code of
each one of them.
conduct,
Go ahead,
this would,
go ahead.
We're
You
going
wanna go
through
through
each
each
one.
one? Bring on up, let's go.
You know, David, I don't know anything about Robert's rules, and I will never say that I do, but I know one thing that I'm assuming is part and parcel. You never accuse people that are sitting on a panel with you of covering for murderers. I spent 32 years of my life investigating convicting murderers. And now I'm sitting here as a volunteer in a committee, and you, who don't know me, you know nothing about me, you know nothing about Dr. Muse, and you're accusing us of covering for murderers. I'm a little offended by that. I'm a lot offended by that. I really am.
I'm offended by what you're saying to me and what he's been
What did I-
saying
what-
to me
what
this
did I-
whole
what did I
time
s-
and
what did I say
what
to
this
you?
person's been
David,
saying.
David, what did
Jack
I
has said
what did I say to you?
No, he didn't accuse you. He said there were people who covered for
No,
murderers.
it was
He
a
didn't
blank.
say,
It was a
Jack,
it was a
you
blanket
and you,
statement.
Dan. He didn't say that.
It was a blanket statement, and I.
Well, I think that you're feeling, of course, a natural loyalty to the Massachusetts State Police, which you
he
served for many
pointed
years.
to us and said, "You're covering for murderers."
I have not been a member of the state
Obviously,
police for 18 years,
because
Kathleen.
of Sandra Birchmore.
But that was, you retired from the Massachusetts State Police.
No, I retired from a college.
Okay.
That was my most recent employment. My loyalty currently is to the town of Canton. And I know Dr. Muse and Bob, and I know that you two want to get this done correctly. But I think the way that to get it done correctly is not to throw bobs and bricks and bats at people who are on the panel trying to accomplish the same things as you. I would never say to you.
You
what
need to
you said.
remove the chair if you want to have that type of committee run.
And put you in
Again,
my place?
Motion to remove the chair.
Second,
Aye.
Discussion on, let's have a discussion.
Oh, we can have a
Discussion on that.
discussion.
Any discussion?
I think we're way too far beyond that, and that I'm against that motion.
Okay, so we have the vote. Aye. Kathleen?
Mhm.
Yes?
Yes.
Aye.
Aye. Jack? No.
No.
Dan? No?
Yeah.
I vote no. 3-2.
3-2.
it's the arrogance, I think, that bothers the taxpayers.
3-2.
Bob and Randy.
Yours?
Randy, too.
Who's
The
There's never
never
going to
arrogance.
be trust
I-
restored
I-
in this
and
town.
as he smirked
We have a
back at
police
me,
force
just
that's
to disprove it.
biased.
Yeah.
We're trying to establish police reform that can create some sort of unbiased police that's not just for a select few people in town.
Again,
We
this is an
want
audit.
to be able to have trust restored and equitable policing. For instance, we had a diversity, equity, inclusion committee established at the fallout of the George Floyd riots to deal with police issues. And Ms. Halley could speak to what happened to her on that committee when she attempted to address some issues. The committee was not intended, didn't do what it was intended to do. And there's no place in this town for people to turn to that have issues with the police. And there needs to be a change here. The select board's obviously not doing any kind of reform. They're just turning a blind eye to it. They don't care. Half of their family works on the police department. It's turned into what appears to be an organized crime ring in this town.
Again,
And
Can we stop with the soliloquy?
please do not
and
use
concentrate on
and
these
this-
There
questions?
is nothing in there that they have done that says it's an
there's the
organized
appearance
crime.
of it, sir.
There is not.
That's the reason for the audit.
There is not. They had nothing to do with Sandra's case except to secure the crime scene. And then a medical
that's not true.
examiner said that it was a suicide. As well, the state police comes in once it is secured, and I'm sure Jack could articulate that a lot better than I could
They
since
did
he
far
was
more
a
than
state
that.
Mr.
police.
Chair,
They
this
did
person is
investigative
giving me
steps.
death threats right here. Mr. Scollins, he's giving me an eye that just looks like he wants to kill me. And
that-
you know
is
what?
that-
I've been intimidated in this town. I have the police
Rita, you should be out of this
parking
room.
next to me when I go to pick up
So please
my
leave.
dinner. You know, it's
Hmm?
unfortunate.
All right.
I asked you to leave, so.
So
I
as
make
a
a
matter
motion
of-
that nothing is said
excuse
except
me.
has.
Excuse me, as a matter of record, anybody can go and look at the police reports involving Sandra Birchmore, and the Canton police were
Bravo.
involved in the investigation during the early days, the most critical moments of any investigation, I'm told. For example, now Lieutenant Lank went through all of the video, and in fact, in his report, there's the wrong date on it. We have 3 reports from Canton patrolmen
Bravo.
who were there at the scene. So to say that the Canton police were not involved is not correct.
What has this to do with the audit that we're trying to figure out on the questions?
I'm just correcting something that was
No.
said that was incorrect.
Let's concentrate on what we're here for tonight, not speculating on 2 trials that we shouldn't be even discussing. So what else do you, go down the list,
We
let's
have the
go.
police here, so I think we're probably going to have a break.
Well, I think they're only here for Rita to,
Excuse me, I'm getting death threats
Yeah, but Mr.
it
Scollins
looks
spoke
like he
out
wants
as
to
well.
kill
So
me.
if you're removing
Not
Rita,
the
you
manner
need,
that Rita did,
you need,
and I
okay.
reprimanded her.
See, this is the problem with the town. There's no equity in this town.
No,
There's
because
no-
throw out, make the woman
it's
leave,
so
and the man who
biasly
broke, the
one-sided
man
as
who
you're
broke the law
proving
gets
in
to
the
stay,
moment.
but the woman who broke the law has to leave. Oh, that's so funny, Randy.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, the arrogance.
Are you going to continue with?
Maureen, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. Appreciate
How
that.
you want it done?
Helps keep the lights on in the studio. Thank you.
Mr. Chair. Will the audit process be delayed until the conclusion of another investigation, internal, state, or federal? The audit process is intended to be independent of all other matters. So we're saying we can't have an internal investigation. So it's going to be independent of internal matters. That doesn't make sense. You know, the part of this audit is to review the internal affairs investigation, which, as the document states, they don't even have a procedure for documenting that. So we need to see how that even happened.
What did you want it to say?
I read that answer, and to me, that's saying no. That's what that answer says to me.
I move to change the answer to no.
Okay, you have a motion?
Second.
3-2. We're
All those in favor?
3-2.
Aye.
Roll call?
Aye.
No.
No. 3-2.
So you just
It's 3-2.
moved to change it
No,
to no.
Dave,
You
what I
you
said,
would
I'm
change
looking
it
at
to
that
no, and then
and-
you vote no on it. So
No, I'm not
sending mixed signals here.
I also am not a lawyer. I look at that, and to me, the answer is no.
Exactly. And we want to change the answer to no, and you just voted not to change
Okay,
it to no.
what's next? What's next?
Move that we change the second answer to no.
Okay, motion?
Second.
All those in favor?
Oh, man.
No. 3-2.
This is disgusting. 3-2.
Next one.
Will information be unavailable or delayed?
And they love it because they have the
audit
power.
based on ongoing or upcoming criminal or civil court cases? The audit process is intended to be independent of all matters. So we
3-2.
can't look at any other criminal case that has ever been looked at. You're sending a signal to potential bidders. So
What is it you want in this place?
no would be what we want in its place.
No?
But we've already voted that, so we would have to vote to reconsider. So we can't look at, you're telling the auditor they can't. look
Sorry,
at
Rachel.
Anything that you voted on to put into the proposal. All three of you voted on, these were
What's next?
unanimous.
What's
So
next?
you're telling them, you're just
3-2.
like redoing the whole scope on the fly through these questions and
What's
answers.
next on the questions you want to change?
What information will be available digitally versus having to review in person?
Where is this? What page?
It's the next question down on the first page, sir.
Before.
All information that can be provided digitally will be if reasonably possible.
Excuse me?
I'm going to honor your request, and I'm going to leave the meeting as you requested. And Mr. Scollins, I know you're so happy. Look at you shaking your head. You're so happy. And you know why I'm doing it? Because I respect those guys out there, and I don't want to compromise them. I'm doing this for them, for this town. You don't care about this town. You only care about Randy Scollins.
That's funny, Mr. Scollins? Is this why you
a
left
joke.
Foxborough? Why did you have to leave Foxborough?
Is that
Wow.
that's out of order?
That's right. That's a matter of public records.
All right, that's out of order from here, though. Okay? You want it up and on the up and up? Let's say what you mean. You mean
We
what you
have
say.
a public servant who the taxpayers pay.
No, we're not going to discuss that. We're discussing
Smirking
these
in the
questions and
audience.
answers. That's it.
This is a disruption to the committee.
Right.
It's
I
the
find
same
it-
way
What
you
is your
kick
next
someone
question?
else out, sir.
I find
He's
him
here
to be
to
very
intimidate
disruptive.
me.
Oh, my.
And
He's
he's
here to
laughing.
disrupt. And look at him.
All right. What is your next one and what do you want?
Sir, I would like to have him removed.
It's all intimidators.
For
His
reasons
district,
discussed, the way he's just staring at me, it looks like he wants to kill me.
and he's
Well,
smirking and laughing.
I like and respect Mr. Collins, so as far as I'm concerned, he can stay.
He's smirking and laughing.
And
It's
actually,
very
we'll bring it to a vote.
disrespectful.
Who wants Mr. Collins to leave?
It's
Whoa,
gonna be
whoa,
3 to 2.
time out. You, for a woman,
Take it a
you
vote.
kick her out and call the police. For a white man,
Oh,
you do a
jeez.
Let's
vote.
give him a seat of honor.
3-2, Mr. Collins stays.
That's
Oh
not
my
a vote.
God.
Let's move on to the
Wait,
next
wait,
question.
time out. Could we do a vote for Rita?
Oh, yeah.
Let's vote for Rita to stay.
It will be 3-2.
I move that Rita gets to stay.
Second,
3-2.
I second
Rita
that.
stay? No. 3-2.
This
The
is
committee
like,
was
okay, this
designed
is
to
like
be
a-
What's
this
your,
way.
what's your next,
Wait,
what's your
what are we
next
voting
one?
on?
Otherwise, we're going to be here
Yeah,
till
I've-
midnight.
Are you
lost
just gonna
track.
sit there with
I
a
don't
little
know. I
smirk,
mean-
go 3-2 every time
Yep.
after every vote? This
Right.
is
Why? You know, the thing I gotta look at this is that, you know, they're trying to come to a compromise to get a job done. You know, these fucking people sit here on this panel and say, oh, we care about our community. We want to get things done. We want to move things along. They're just stonewalling everybody. Why apply for these positions if you really don't care? You don't give a shit. You're just there to stonewall everything. That's what these people thrive on. They love this shit. And it's like, let's get some people in there that actually care about their community and want to get things done and policies changed and things looked into. But you get these lifers, these townies that get in and they get on these boards and they just sit there to stonewall the public. That's all it is. It's just, you're going to be there. You're going to be our pawn. Go up there and sit there. You're the pillar and fight everything. Fight everything. So, you know, we don't have to be as transparent. We don't have to put things out there for the public. That's all they do. It's disgusting. It's really disgusting because this community is hurting. And you have people like this up there that just, they sit there and say, oh, we love our community. We care about where they don't. They're just there to stonewall everything. That's all they do. All right, let's play on.
I
Players.
want the vote for Mr. Scollins put up
Disgusting.
again.
I move to reconsider Mr. Scollins' vote.
Second.
Go ahead, put it up.
Move to reconsider?
3-2.
In second, so
No.
In favor of it.
aye.
3-2.
Okay, so now we have a motion to remove Mr. Scollins from the room.
3-2.
I second
So
that
we-
motion that Mr.
motion to-
Scollins be removed from the room.
Second.
No.
I
I'm sorry, I had
second
motion.
that he be removed so we can get this done.
All right, so 3-2, Mr. Collins, would you, thank you. Okay, what's the next one you want and what changes?
So we were.
Turn your volume
before
down.
The interruption. What information will be available digitally versus having to review in person?
Not
And
turning my mic down.
town
your volume
council, who's not supposed to be involved in this, all information can be provided digitally if reasonably possible. So are there no written records? Are there no faxes? Are there no letters? We know of cases where letters have been sent in.
What do you want to replace it with?
So all information can be provided
I'm good, I'm
digitally,
good. I just want to see how far along with it.
and if written records, faxes, or letters exist, they too shall be provided.
Right.
That's a motion?
I second.
The motion.
Second.
3-2.
All those in
Wait,
favor?
wait, so isn't
Opposed?
that's what it's saying, that if
Me
it's
too.
available digitally, they'll give it? Because the question,
Versus having to review in person.
so there may be records that have to be,
I agree,
There
Dana.
may be physical hard records.
and it says all information that will be provided digitally will be provided digitally.
For instance, what about evidence? Evidence can't be, not all evidence
So
can be
I'm not
looked at
sure what your
digitally.
concern is.
That
What information will be available
Love
digitally
this.
versus having to
So if you
review
have
in
a
person?
a
And they're
vendor,
saying all information that can be provided digitally will be provided digitally, but they're not going to, and I think it's a safe assumption that the rest you'll have to see in person.
the Canton Police would like, he's waving to me to come outside. So I would actually like him to come inside because I would feel more comfortable in here.
Yeah. He just motioned for you to come
Yes, he
outside?
just waved his
Okay.
finger through that window at me. So the Canton police are disrupting
Yep.
the audit that's overseeing them.
In your opinion.
In your
In
opinion.
my
you
opinion,
guys-
they're actually doing it. They're
You guys are
biased.
safe. You guys are, the well-connected townies are safe. It's only the 75% of the town that pays most of the police force, pays for most of the police salaries that have to worry about.
Sorry, if you see me taking photos, it's because I'm monitoring my Wi-Fi connection. We've had some issues here in the building, and my landlord's like, "Hey, if you see something going on, capture it." I'm watching my Wi-Fi signal, so I just did an internet speed test, took some photos, and I'm going to show it to him. So that's what I'm doing. If you're more like, what is he doing? All right, we'll keep playing on, players.
What is the definition of a townie?
That's irrelevant.
I'm not.
Right.
I'm not a townie.
You guys qualify as well-connected. You're on.
I've
I'd
been a
like it all
carpetbagger
on the
for
record
40
here in the
years.
room if you'd like to speak to me.
Kathleen, this is the
You
first
can
time
speak
I've
to me.
ever had any involvement in any kind of town government. The only other thing that I've been involved in is Little League Baseball. I'm not a townie. Never have been.
So-
We asked them to leave the building and they're gone, so.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So that is your,
That was your
Right.
intimidation from the police you were talking about? Okay. You have a motion on this one that you want to change to? I haven't heard it yet.
I've put
Cool.
it out there.
could you say it again, please? For Article 4, correct?
Article 4. Questions on the page that Bob, Mr. Chair, provided were not numbered.
Well, they're doing it on
So,
purpose, Bob.
Up there.
Looking at the whiteboard.
They want to make it look like it's a shit show, so people won't come in and do it correctly.
So you're talking about what information will be available digitally versus having to review in person? That's the one we're talking about?
Yes.
Okay.
So
And it says all information that can be provided digitally will be if reasonably possible. What do you
versus
wanna
having
change it
to
to?
review in person. So all hard records will be reviewed in person.
You're qualifying something that we're not sure that has to be qualified. Again, I would be against changing what town council has put in there. But you could vote. Go ahead, have a motion, and let's see where it goes. Go ahead, make the motion.
3-2.
You don't have to smirk at me.
I'm not
I'm not
sorry.
Yeah,
sure.
you were.
Okay.
Well, what are you gonna do? You gonna make a motion or not?
Oh my God, this guy's a dick.
He's reading.
Yep, you're right,
Move
Jeffrey.
that the
100%.
committee provide information digitally, and if the information is not provided in a digital format, all hard records shall be reviewed.
Is that the motion? In person?
In person.
Okay, I second that motion.
3-2.
So we were trying to get answers from the town council, like how much there is on this, and they just answer it with such a generic answer that we don't even really know what information is really out there. This is why we tried to ask the police, so we just got an obstructionist answer.
In your opinion?
Do you think this satisfies what the
In your
vendor
opinion, you
is
think
looking
it's an
for?
obstructionist answer?
It-
In your
it
opinion?
obviously
In my
does not-
opinion, I think it's fine.
It obviously does not satisfy what the vendor is looking for,
Well,
and it's going to
in
make
your
it
opinion,
difficult
again, in
for
your
these
opinion.
people.
Let's just assume
These
everything
vendors-
that we each are saying is our opinion, and you could stop interrupting, David, please.
You know, you're just
don't need
making it
instructions from you.
near impossible. You're
think you
making me
do.
repeat things.
Yeah.
We had a motion on the table, you withdrew it, and then you asked me to do it again. So it's unfortunate. It's just not how the rules of decorum work under.
Right.
and They might work under Robert McCarthy's rules of decorum, but that's not under Robert's rules, which the town is following. The town council already said you didn't follow the rules on the opening of the meeting.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did.
No, he
We
didn't.
have the
In your
email from-
interpretation,
I have
and
the
most of
email
your
from the-
interpretations have been wrong, and they continue to be wrong. So you have a motion that you voted on this, both of you? Ayes? Those against?
This guy's a bully.
3-2. Next
3-2.
one.
What limitations on access to the facility or personnel will the audit group have? Both police department, town employees, and select board members, current and former, is the question. The answer is all access is legally permissible, will be provided if reasonably possible. And we granted unfettered access to the audit. So there should be no limitations, should be the answer. So I move that no limitations be the answer.
You have a second?
Second, yes.
All those in favor?
3-2.
All those opposed?
No.
3-2.
So
Next.
what you all are doing, you're reinventing the scope with these answers.
No.
We provided this in our preamble of the scope, and all three of you are reinventing the wheel by changing.
These answers
scope.
still refer back to the RFP and the scope of services as written. You understand that, don't you? This will be an addendum that'll go into the RFP that is still there. If you're saying it's in the RFP, that still applies. If it's in the scope of services, it still applies. This is just answering questions that were submitted that will go out as an addendum.
But
And it's,
to go on to what the Strim Group says is that, what do we do when there's a case of obstruction? And this, the way these questions are answered is they provide a way for obstruction.
well,
And-
in your opinion. And I disagree.
You know, you don't even let me talk. It's just not fair to be on a committee with the way you're treating individuals like this, Bob.
Yeah.
Like, I can't believe you're in charge of a $250 million debt project. Like, no, he's not. He's in charge of the largest debt project, $250 million in this town.
No, I'm not.
And these
No,
meetings
no, I am
probably
not.
happened in secret.
No, I am not. You have a school building committee. You have a school committee. You have the MSBA involved in it. And you have the architect, the OPM, all of those. I'm not in charge. And for you to say that, you don't know what you're talking about.
3-2.
In your opinion.
In your opinion. Yep.
In my opinion.
So can we just stipulate that everybody who speaks tonight in the committee, it is their opinion.
Their opinion. Okay.
It is their opinion. So Bob, you don't have to interrupt us when we're saying something you don't like to
That's
say.
fine.
In your
I'll
opinion.
I'll
is not
try to bite
opinion.
my tongue on that from now on.
Scott,
Okay,
good to
next
see
one.
you. Thanks for joining the panel last night.
I'll let you
Epic
read
live
this one,
stream
Mr.
last night.
McCarthy.
Why should I read it? I don't want to change it. No, not at this time. No. It's just strictly the committee.
Be right back, everybody.
Well, usually at the
Mr.
select
McCarthy, I
board,
move
they let
that-
people speak.
I move that we allow questions and answers on agenda items.
I don't
in
think
this
it's
meeting.
on.
No. No. You have a motion on that?
Yes, I
You have a
motion
motion on that?
that we move to allow questions and answers on agenda items.
I second that motion.
Okay. Are those opposed?
In the past, we've allowed them to speak at the
Yeah.
end, correct?
At the end, that's correct.
And then we will still allow them
Yeah,
to speak.
that's correct. So opposed, so 3-2 again.
You voted for them. That's not how you do
Nodded
it. You
when
just
he-
said, these guys.
David, he
you
said
don't even have
opposed
to
and I
vote.
nodded and
You
agreed.
just said opposed.
And I
You just recited the vote. You didn't
That's-
ask us.
Is this
What's
how
the next
you
one?
approved $250 million, Bob?
David,
$250 million?
Florida, David,
Are you kidding me?
I nodded when he said opposed.
Do we have, can we start doing roll call votes?
I thought that's what we were doing.
You voted for everybody, Bob.
What's the next one?
Like, this committee has turned into
What's
a
the next
laughing
one,
stock.
Dave?
This whole town is
It's
a
true.
laughing stock. It's a joke. And this is the way the Canton Mafia runs the town.
Yep.
The
And it has
Canton
to stop.
Canton Mafia.
The Canton,
What is the Canton Mafia?
Who's in
We're
the,
looking at it
Bob,
right here.
Italian Association.
The people who don't care about democracy. This is an authoritarian way to run a meeting, Bob. It's not democracy.
this is not democracy. I
Are
100%
we
agree.
involved in this mafia too? I mean,
I just would like to know.
You guys belong to the town club?
oh, I do not.
You belong to the town club?
No, I
Yeah.
don't.
you
I
do.
don't, you know what? You assumed I did.
I
And
did
you
assume
said,
that.
Yeah.
I'm
Well,
surprised
you
you're
are
not.
correct.
Never
I don't
I-
either.
Mm.
Kathleen.
Have I been in the town club? Yes. I also go to the hockey rink. The football fields.
Next one, Dave, please.
Town club. Town club.
Okay, we're on to a money question. Does it disqualify a bidder if the bidder believes the project will be completed within 5 months? Does it disqualify a
Not be-
bid
I think it says not, right? I didn't hear the not.
will not be completed in 5 months? Does it disqualify a bid if the bidder is over $200,000? This is a very important one. You just wanted to skate by approving the whole document. So the 5-month period, that was one of those ministerial items that Mr. Scollins added into the contract. That's not something the committee voted on. When you look at our government bylaw modernization committee, they're giving about 16 months to complete the project. This is probably the quickest procurement that the town has ever done. 5 months is what they're looking for a very comprehensive audit. And town council knew this scope. Randy Scollins knew this scope was very comprehensive, and they went in after the fact and injected the shortest time frame in the history of a town's RFP.
We did discuss having the report available for town meeting. So it didn't come from Mr. Collins, it came from this committee.
No, this was actually sent out via email after we voted on it.
No, we
So
had discussed
we
having
did
this
not
report
have
done
the
in
legal
time for town meeting.
excuse me, sir, I'm trying to speak.
Yeah.
So we did
and
not
you're
have the
overspeaking me.
legal documentation until after we adjourned our meeting. We didn't have the full document. We just had our scope we voted on. So if you want to learn the details, you should probably go back and watch the tape. But the anticipated milestones, that was added by 2 people with ministerial duties that aren't even supposed to be involved in the project.
I disagree, and you're wrong. But let's
I'd
move
like to
on.
add that when we spoke about giving a report to town meeting, that it wasn't clear in my mind that that would be a final report. I mean, that could be that we wanted a report for town
It
meeting.
was because we were afraid how many people would show up. It was a final report
Oh
that
my
was going to be
God.
done originally in March and pushed to April because we were going to be behind schedule. So don't tell me the Scollins and the others made the 5 months. We did here.
No, we
Unbelievable.
Yes, we did.
What meeting did we do it at? What meeting did we do it at?
I don't know right now, but I'm not.
Because we didn't do it.
What's the next one you want to go over?
We haven't even finished discussing it.
Yeah,
The
well-
next part of it's the $200,000. And what if it goes over? Just like every other project you procured that you said went under budget, Bob, has gone over. It's gonna go over. The way you added in a financial audit into this, where it was supposed to be policies and procedures, you purposely did that to make it go over so you could sit here and say, well, the petitioners didn't have enough money. They researched this.
No.
So if it goes over, what are we going to do? We have to have options as a town, as a committee. We don't want to just deny vendors the option. We're going to end up with bid protests as a result of this.
It says.
Town could face lawsuits the way you're conducting a meeting, Bob.
I don't think so. What it says is any proposal must meet the specifications of the RP. What is it you want to change it to? You keep getting off the subject. You talk about it. What is it you want it to say?
Well, we eliminate it to 5 months, and we're saying we're just putting broad language, all proposals must be the specifics of the RFP. I just want the public to be aware of what happened in this case.
Right.
I know you're not going to change it. I know you folks aren't going to change it. So I just want to let the public know that Randy Scollins and town council put a very short time frame in on this on purpose. They knew it was a pretty elaborate scope. They didn't see it was something very small. They put a time frame in that was unattainable. So I know you're going to vote no, so I'm not even going to push a motion on it. I just want to let
One question, please.
the public know.
One question. At the time of the voting for this audit at the extra town meeting, wasn't it stated that the cost would be 200,000?
That's correct.
I can
That is
answer.
correct.
I can provide
So people
detail on
voted
that.
at the time expecting that their dollars would be going towards this. Up to
Well, that's what they
$200,000.
want, Bob.
That's correct.
Okay.
They don't
so
want it to
Part
happen.
of the reason I'm sure that people voted yes and others voted no, was based on the cost of the audit. And so that part, I have a little trouble saying it should be changed. I do appreciate your position on the time frame, and I wonder if there's a way of at least bringing this one back to the town to say, and quite frankly, I don't care if it goes longer, so long as they do a good job.
Correct.
But the amount of money stated to the town and the citizens, the taxpayers of the town, was $200,000. And
Right.
They would consider.
You're right, Jody.
if the bid was over. And we discussed that in this meeting, and Bob sat right.
Excuse me. We're only talking up here, please.
So if I can add some perspective on that, the Finance Committee said in November, and the Finance Committee said again in a January meeting, that there would be ways of supplementing this if it turns out the 200,000 was not enough. So that was said multiple times, that there might be ways
So the
to add.
proposal would
and
be
the-
changing it to sending it back to the finance committee for any overage.
Being the
Would that
fact we've
be?
already had at least one company respond to the RFP, how do we weigh that in conjunction to making changes in the RFP?
I'll also add that it wouldn't be the first time that things go over budget. We have numerous examples in Canton's history.
I'm fairly certain, in fact, I'm really certain, if you make changes like that, the entire IRP will be thrown out. It's illegal. So you have to withdraw the entire thing. If that's what you want to do.
I just wanted to make the public aware of the time frame that was imposed. In regards to the $200,000 funding, there's options the town has. They could add a warrant to the special town meeting coming up in in the next month or two. They could, depending on the overage, request Finance Committee reserve fund contingencies. They could request mitigation funds, such as other committees have done for other RFP proposals in town. There is methods the town could have if it does go over $200,000. So I just want to make the public aware. I know you people won't probably vote for it, but there is options to the town.
I'm fine to say that it goes to the finance committee for any overage.
If we were to
Approval.
change the RFP right now and change the time and the money, the entire RFP will be null and void. It has to be withdrawn and reissued.
Again, Mr. Chair, I'm just stating the responses for the public because the public is unaware of this. This has all been happening via email, which the public has no idea about.
Okay.
Please sit down. No, not right now. We're in the middle of discussion with the committee up here. Please sit down. You will not be recognized.
I'll also add that when people brought forth this petition, they were focused on adherence to policies and procedures. That was the part that was missing. We have fabulous policies and procedures. We wanted to talk about, we wanted an independent audit that would look at compliance to policies and procedures, because it seemed to many of the taxpayers in town that is sometimes where we fall flat with the red Solo cups. There's no policy and procedure in the world that says bring a leaf blower to a murder scene. So what happened for the people watching at home or for the audience is that many things got added in. So it's now like a full financial audit, which, things got added beyond the compliance aspect.
Kathy, what is it about the snow blower and the solo?
Excuse me, sir, my name is
It's it's not procedure.
Ms. Holly.
It's Kathleen.
Ms. Holly, we'll just, the solo cup and the snow blower, what is it about that? It keeps coming up at these meetings.
It made us a national laughingstock.
How?
Then if I have to explain that, then let's just move on.
No, please do, because quite frankly, you could also be looked as ingenious to collect evidence that was ready to melt
In beer
away.
cups.
What?
The blood of a fallen police officer collected in beer cups.
How is that a problem?
Because they're not sterile, because they don't have a top, because they were put in a used
Why
Stop
does it
and
have
Shop.
to be
I'm not,
sterile?
excuse me, sir, I'm still speaking. Excuse me if I speak while you're interrupting me. They were put in a used Stop and Shop bag that could have had like a ham juice in it or roast beef juice in it. I don't know why that's not understandable.
Because I'm not sure why it had to be sterile, number one.
You don't know why
DNA.
evidence
my
would have to
God.
be collected in sterile containers?
It doesn't have.
Oh
to
my
be,
God.
Because you're not getting a culture off of it. You're collecting DNA.
Oh my God.
And
This guy's a
if you look
moron.
roast beef, they'll tell the difference between a cow and a human.
Okay.
I had a
What?
tough time doing that between a human hair and a dog hair.
Hang on. This guy's a moron because even I knew this. I know this, and that's why she's making that's why she said a ham or a pig product. Because I'm going to tell you why. According to research, pigs share approximately 76 to 78% of their DNA with humans, making them one of the closest animal models to a human in the terms of genetic similarity. That's why. That's why. This guy's a moron.
On the back of a vehicle. But back to what we're discussing here, if I may, the fee schedule. So, Mr. Chair, I would like you to explain number 5 of the RFP, payment schedule and fee explanation in regarding the negotiation of the fee, so that the community can understand how the fee negotiation, as described by town council, can work.
Right.
If we
And it's
could
protocol.
come in less than 200,000, we could do that. If we're over 200,000, we can't sign a contract.
Stonewalling again.
But in the previous meeting, you mentioned that the process for the RFP, where you get the proposals, you review all proposals, you narrow them down to your top 3 or whatever. Then once you pick those, or once you finalize somewhere in that process, then you look at the bids. If you limit down to however many you have, and then open the bids and they're all.
Leanne, thank you so much for the $10 donation through Venmo. I appreciate that. Keeps the lights
We
on here in the
cannot-
studio.
Please, I'll answer this question.
Yeah.
It's staying up here, please.
Why are you allowing questions from men and not from women?
Immediately shut them down.
Why are men allowed to speak and women are not?
I'm amazed by that.
Great point.
I was immediately told to stop talking. And that went a completely different way. I'm just pointing that out.
Same with Randy Scollins.
I just want to point that out, okay? I'm just pointing it out as an observation.
Mr. Murphy, after this, please leave.
It's a very good observation.
What was the
Could I get the answer first?
what was the question?
So I'm trying to.
So,
And we'll get an
all right,
answer.
well,
Call
I
me
know,
later.
I will get into that question
Okay,
because.
which ones are important that you think you still want to change? Do you have any that you think?
So back into Mr. Murphy's question, I think you should maybe even stay for this.
No,
You did reference at 2 prior meetings that we were using chapter 149, the designer statute,
No.
which is used for public buildings. They're on the TV, on public record. You could go back and look at them, where we couldn't go back and look at the price of the second one if we opened the first one. That was completely false information.
No, that's not what I said.
Gave the
That's
committee
not
the
what I
community
said, and I've been doing this a long
misinformation.
time.
And you told us we had to shortlist it to 3. If we have 30 people that meet our highly advantageous criteria, we don't shortlist them. We have to interview all of them. And we open up all of the prices. We're not just going to open up one price and not go back. And then you didn't give us the right procedures, Bob.
Yes, I did.
It's
You didn't.
all on
You
video.
got the right procedures in November at the FinCom.
Excuse me,
I-
sir,
I've
I'm
given them
still
a
trying to
number of
speak here.
times since then.
So-
You don't listen.
So I sent this to you in an email. You couldn't even answer it yourself. You
Yeah, I
had
was-
to send it to Randy Scollins. Randy Scollins had to interpret what you meant to say and said, yeah, Bob is referencing the designer statute, but that's not at play here. We're referencing chapter 30B. So you don't even know the right procurement rules on this type of procurement. And you advise the committee and the public and potential vendors in the wrong way.
Okay, you're wrong, but let's move
And
on.
it's all
Which
on
other
video
ones
for
of these
everyone to
do you
look at.
still want to try to change?
Well, I
You say you're not
obviously-
going to make a motion on that one. So which ones are you going to make a motion on, and what are you going to want to change it to?
Okay, so
Rob, since this is a public meeting, we can publicly discuss the questions and answers. And it may be very educational for people watching who may want to know more about the process. So I applaud.
I'm asking him to see which one is the next one he wants to review
Mhm.
and what he wants to change it to. I don't understand what was wrong with that, but never mind. Go ahead, Dave. Which is the next one? I've lost track of
And
where you
just
are.
to go on to the next one in regards to the timeline, this vendor, as well as another vendor, came back and said a minimum of 12 months is more realistic. And I just want to show you that where town council and Randy Scollins are putting in 5 months and multiple vendors are coming back and saying 12 months. We have a problem with the way we procure things in this town. We're not doing it the right way. And we're not allowing vendors enough time. We are in
Right.
certain procurements, but
Facts.
we're not allowing it in this procurement, which raises a red flag. So
Go ahead. What is it?
So commonly, if you know something's going
It's
to
Jen.
fail, you're already getting the feedback. The time frame's going to be too short for the scope. The money's not going to cover any good company. So why not just kick it back now, make the changes, then send it back out? Why are we wasting more time to send something out that we know is going to get kicked back? It makes no sense. Makes no sense. The select board also offered their mitigation funds to cover any overages that we needed. It's on film. We can pull for that. Red Solo cups being an issue, we have other police stations publicly mocking us on their media. Publicly mocking us. It's an embarrassment and it's not safe. So you making a big issue and challenging him, you're an embarrassment and you're not safe for this town right now either. Conduct this as a meeting that is to conduct business, to get the right turnaround. Not the little backdoor turnaround that the select board is really hoping. Not run the clock out so Helena Rafferty doesn't have to answer her for her golden parachute. Do it the right way. Stop fighting the company, like the crowd and the public, and collaborate. You started to, and then you stopped again. That's why I'm here. I backed off for how long? Because you were collaborating. Tonight, you're off the kilter tonight. It's all over every media station. It's an embarrassment the way that you conducted this meeting, spoke to women and to men, but mostly to the women of our community. And it's across the board. Thank you.
And real quick, Jen will be here on Sunday night. Jen actually reached out to me today and was she jumped in my Facebook Messenger and just had a litany of things that's on her mind and that she wants to talk about. So Jen will be back here live in LTL studio on Sunday night. And she said, I'm not holding back. I'm talking about the corruption and everything that has been going on with me in my own town. And she's like, I'm tired of it. I'm tired of it. And I will be speaking out. So on Sunday night, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Jen will be here in the big studio, sitting side by side, and we're going to have a conversation about what's going on in Canton. All right, let's continue on.
We have one bid. It's already in.
Wait. No. Please speak. You had been asking to speak as well.
Go ahead.
I was going to say that.
My question was really practical about a particular provision that had been up there. So, do you want to go, is it okay to go back to it?
Sure.
Yes.
You want to make a point? Yes.
My question is when you were debating about the all access that it is legally permissible will be provided if reasonably possible right at the bottom of the screen. My question originally was, I'd imagine that will practically maybe cause issues as maybe an auditor is coming in and wants to see something that the police maybe for whatever reason, it might be practical, it might be something, I don't know, nefarious, I have no idea, but there might be a reason why they don't want it to happen. My question was simply where it says provided if reasonably possible, who's making the determination what would be reasonably possible? Because I could see based on the debate that's happening today that some people would think something would be reasonably possible and other people would think something wouldn't be reasonably possible. So my question was simply, who will determine that? And if you maybe could just foresee some of the issues that are going to arise, you could say something like all information, all access that is legally permissible will be provided if reasonably possible, with debates about the reasonable possibility to be determined by, and then provide like who in the moment is going to make that decision. And so it was really just a practical issue on that particular provision that I didn't know if it would be helpful to start maybe fleshing some of that out now versus having to, I would imagine, potentially put an auditor in a very difficult position where they don't really now know what to do, and potentially even put police officers in a difficult position. And so I thought maybe it'd be practical for the committee to work through that question and collaborate on how that might work in the future.
And
It
thank
doesn't
you
look
for
like
that.
that's going to be possible given the tone of the meeting, but I was hoping that might have been possible.
And that's a great comment, Mr. Chair. One of our vendors they didn't really submit questions. They submitted feedback and elected not to move forward with submitting a bid based on a number of reasons. But one of the items they outlined is the access to records and establishing a mechanism for compliance. And what they ultimately went on to say is we need an oversight committee when critical documents, data, and information is obstructed or delayed. And we obviously know that's probably going to happen just based on the way the committee has developed. So there's going to be an oversight committee will have to be established to help enforce this. Who knows? There could be lawsuits to block it.
If instead of kind of this combative thing, if we say, okay, we all anticipate that there are going to be these challenges. So how, when those happen, can we help the people that are in those positions? How can we help them problem solve in those moments? So maybe the tone of the meeting can shift from what I'm seeing again, just
This is great.
observation is that maybe this is just useless if every time it's going to kind of be predetermined where everyone is on the question.
Right.
But maybe a more useful thing would be if we talk about if this is going to go forward in some capacity, which I think it is, for whatever amount of money, and I understand, I don't know the law, but I assume that you're correct on, it could be possible that this can't change now. Maybe it's set in stone. The finance committee can change it. I don't know. But let's assume it goes forward. Can we who else can problem solve but you? And so I guess I'm at a loss if
I'll take Venmos too, Rogue.
then who's going to do it? And so now we're putting our police officers in, or I don't know, maybe people that work at the police station. I don't even know who we're putting in the kind of line of fire here to have to make those decisions. It feels like maybe we could help them because it sounds like there will be an audit in some capacity, right?
And that's a great point you make. So this other consultant does go on to recommend an independent process for reporting criminal activity, and they recommended appointing a special prosecutor with full investigative and prosecutorial authority based on the federal prosecutor model.
You know, David, I don't even think that's legally possible. I think the only person that can either hire or appoint a special prosecutor is the Attorney General of the Commonwealth or any district attorney of the Commonwealth. I don't think any private entity, any municipality, any police department can hire a special prosecutor. I don't think that's legal.
Well, the question comes down to, if I could, are we going to continue editing these, or do you want to go to the point where we withdraw the entire RFP at this point?
Start over, but
I don't want to really go through this process again at the moment. We're 10 days away from final bids. Let's wait and see what happens. We don't know what's going to come in. We don't know what's in the envelopes. We know we have one bid that came in. Bob told me yesterday at the middle school meeting that we weren't going to use that bid because the vendor
No,
sent
I did not say that,
Excuse me,
David.
sir, I'm still trying to talk. Because they sent the pricing in with the proposal, they immediately emailed Bob, said,
right back.
We're sorry we did this. Don't open the letter. We're going to send a new letter. And I was trying to work with Bob through email today on how to get that letter, return the letter back to that vendor, so we couldn't violate the procurement in case that's a really good qualified bidder. And Bob was refusing to even like help get this letter back. He wanted the vendor to send the FedEx pickup driver. I advised him just put refused on the envelope, send it back, get rid of it, identify the tracking number, shred it or do something. Ask the guy to send the vendor to send a return label and just get that one that's incorrect back.
Yeah.
And we didn't get a response from him. You know, he just wanted the vendor to send the FedEx truck to
Oh, it's
do
turning the air on. It's warm in
a
here.
pickup like you would on a
74
large
degrees
purchase
with the
on,
lights
like a
on.
washer or dryer that you bought online. When the FedEx driver is coming to this location every day, we could have easily wrote refused on it and handed it to him, and it
Excuse
would
me.
have been problem solved.
What you just said is absolutely wrong. I did
course
not
it
say
is.
last night that I was going to refuse them and throw them
Today.
out. What I said was, I got another email from them stating that they were sending the new one with 2 price proposals. I did say, send me the information so we can send this back. In between that time, I had a number of emails, plus I'm working, and you think I'm going to answer to you in between all of this to keep you informed. Well, I'm not. In between that time, I did have them send a return envelope. The envelope has been affixed to it, and it has been returned as of this afternoon.
And
So
that
we
points out
should
another
have the new
problem.
one in, probably, if it's not in today, by tomorrow. So that's already been done, but not the way you're saying it. You misquoted me.
I did
Exactly
not.
what I said last night, and that's not what I said.
So
And
you-
I'm taking a little umbrage at your memory because it's failing badly. I did not say that.
That's not true, sir. So you just provided an update, which you obviously said you didn't do because you were so busy. You made it a point to hire a secretary to do some of these duties. We're not even getting the emails that are going into the audit email address. They're just going to you, and I don't know if they're going to anyone else, but we're getting a small portion of them. I know of
Any
some
email that goes
emails
to the-
that are not being forwarded, Bob.
Any
I don't-
email that goes
I'm
to
aware
the
of emails that you're
independent
not forwarding
email
to the committee.
is automatically sent out to all 4 of you
That's
on
not
everyone that I've got. Every single
That's
one.
not. And you just said you're
No.
too busy to even do it.
No, I
You
said
just
on
said
that
that.
particular one, because that,
You said
you know,
you're too
you
busy to
make it
even
up
do
as you
it.
go.
I'm
not
just going off of
I'm-
your own
I'm-
words,
I'm
Bob.
done trying to argue with you.
May we continue, please?
Yes. You say in 10 days. What else do you want to change on these before we? You say
Unreal.
you don't want to withdraw the RP. You want to continue.
I never
Welcome
moved
to Canton.
withdraw the offer. Do we have a motion?
No,
on the
we don't have a
table?
motion,
I
but
don't.
that was a suggestion. I didn't know if that's something that you wanted to do. And you said, no, it's coming in on the 30th. Let's proceed. Is that, Kathleen, is that still your position?
Is there a motion about this?
No,
No?
there was
No,
not.
this is-
Then
That
let's
was
move on.
just a statement.
Okay.
I don't think we,
Could we just finish up here, please, without interruptions? I don't know myself, so if we could get moving on the questions and answers, then we could try to get this thing resolved.
And just to point out, one of the questions was the scope is ambiguous. You know, we tried to include specific details of specific cases, and we were precluded from including those specific details in an effort because it seems like you wanted to create an overly broad scope and said we couldn't do that. There's an ongoing investigation. There's other issues with certain cases out there. And there's other questions that vendors are asking about certain cases, and we couldn't put them in that scope. So we would have had a more well-defined scope that would have helped to keep the cost down if we were able to add some of these specifics into the scope. Just moving down, I think the next one, different vendors submitted some questions in regards to the volume of evidence pieces that's stored in Canton. There's under 2,000 pieces. Will the town police department be contracting with any other firms for a smaller subset of tasks?
I think the next one up.
Or
Yeah, yeah. I think the
I think it's a little bit below the 200,000 range.
So aside from the company that didn't ask any questions, it just gave
concerns. These are in the order in which this may have been.
Okay, so I think he emailed something different to you than
Under
what he sent to
2,000
the
pieces.
committee, which I don't know why that happened.
You were on the same email that all went out at the same time to the independent and then all BCC to the 5 of us. So nothing is different. Nobody got anything different.
Yes, we have an evidence audit annually in October from an outside independent contractor. I have no objections to that answer. Next was the 2,000 pieces. Well, there have been limited disciplinary actions. How many internal investigations have been conducted over the last 5 years? Less than 25. We typically have 3 to 4 complaints a year. This has obviously increased since 2003. 2023. I believe that's what I said. I'm sorry if I misspoke. And the next question goes on, what kinds of
Could I just ask a question? What does it mean when it says this has obviously increased since 2023? What is the obviously referring to? Do we know?
Disciplinary actions or investigations, I would assume, but
Why
I'm
is
not
it
privy to that.
I wonder why it's obvious that they've increased.
May have something to do with the time frame of everything that's been going on.
The citizens haven't heard of an obvious increase in disciplinary actions.
Doesn't surprise me, Rami.
I mean, even
Thanks
Kevin
for letting
Albert
us know.
said nothing can be revealed, so I don't know why it's obvious. Perhaps it is to the town council who may have written this answer, but it's not obvious to the people who haven't been told. Yeah, but it's good to know that apparently it has increased since 2023. That's, speaking as a taxpayer who pays for the police department, transparency is good. It's a little bit of transparency.
And that's, again, another ambiguous answer. We don't know the answer of how many complaints is what the vendor is asking for in this case. So they can't really make a proper determination on pricing for that if they just get obvious increase. If it's 1 year, 2023, 24, we should have a hard number on that. If it was 3 to 4 in the prior year, are we looking at 10, 20, 50, 100? Like we just don't know. It's an ambiguous answer.
It said
in
the
defining
last
costs.
5 years, and it says less than 25. I'm not sure that's that ambiguous. So that would come out to possibly almost 5 a year.
But after 23, we don't know how many there is. So there's 3 to 4.
But it says in the last 5 years, so it would include after 23. Last 5 years would take it up to the present date. You start the clock at the present time and go backwards.
I didn't even know about
I don't think there's that many post-commission.
What I think, and I have no inside information, but I think my logical assumption is
Excuse me.
increase since 2023. I think probably the Canton Police Department has gotten inundated with phone calls from people critiquing and complaining about the 2 investigations that we're talking about. I could be wrong, but I think that's probably what we're talking about.
What kinds of electronic systems or records does, we're not going to get an answer for that. We just don't know the answer.
Could we move it up? Is that further down the page?
That scroll down
Scroll
a little
down.
bit, please.
This one, below that is the concerns or questions. Which question? Number 3.
Can you go back up? Yeah, there we go.
Were you going to another question, David?
Are you going to the next one?
Yes.
Okay, so if you could just scroll up a little bit.
The next one's basically in the Stern concerns at the bottom. I can find, if you give me
what was the beginning of the question?
Can we just?
I believe it was ELF4A was the name of the vendor. What kinds of electronic systems of records does the department use to manage police reports, manage, and then it goes on to paraphrase, manage misconduct. And during their answer, it says, we do not use it for IAs, which I believe means internal investigations.
Investigations.
So internal affairs, either one. But we just don't know where that auditor is going to be able to get that access from.
So like it sounds like the question is, so what is used for internal affairs?
Yeah, is it a hard copy? Is it handwritten? Is it electronic? These are,
Why is it used for, so they can erase it?
Or they don't?
All the other reports are electronic.
Patricia, thank you for the $5.
So is
Add
the
you
question,
in.
why don't
Thank
they
you.
include what it should? I mean, it should say we
Well-
use IMC for this, and then for IAs we use this other.
well, I'm just pointing out the obvious to these
Gotta be here at the
questions and
end
answers that are
when we draw it to
that are
win.
just
If you're not in the
ambiguous,
chat
that
room, I'm just
we're
going to
not
pick a
getting
new
answers to
new
from
winner.
the people with the ministerial duties. And, they should have been, these people are collectively being paid about $1 million a year, and they should have provided more in-depth answers than that.
Better answers.
Yeah. $1 million
My
a
concern is
year.
that vague answers that give wiggle room out is going to convey that you're going to run into roadblocks.
Yeah.
Whether that was meant
Right?
to convey that or not, that would be one reading of it.
Those four people make $1 million, 250,000 a year each.
Well, I think town council is probably on the higher end of that range,
You're in
but
the wrong job.
it's very close to it.
Sure.
It's
Just go to govsalaries.com and look up their name.
Yep, I got it. Patty, thank you.
That's just
You're entered. Thank you.
Well, we'll call it the $500,000 to $1 million range. Are there existing relevant strategic plans for public safety? And then it goes on, we do not have relevant strategic plans in place.
At the end of the
So,
show, I'll do the drawing for the hat.
Maybe the select board should make a recommendation to have
It's gonna
the
be fun
police
how
have
we
a
do it tonight.
strategic plan in place for public
Excited.
safety.
I could agree with it, but aren't we here just to determine whether we're going to say yes or no to the questions as it's written?
Well, I'm just reading out some of the questions. I know that
Excuse me.
the votes aren't there, so I just want people to know a little bit about the process and what we're experiencing.
I would just want to say, Dave, I appreciate it because I want to fully understand something before I vote on it. I'm sure we would all agree on that. We want to fully know what we're voting on. And this is very helpful so that we can make an informed vote, and it also informs the public.
Right.
Does the police department have standard operating procedures beyond the policies referenced in scope 1? We have policies and procedures we're accredited through MPAC, but not CALA. CALA is what all of our policies and procedures are written on.
Free Karen Reed hat.
That's not correct. I believe so. No, that's not correct.
I have public records requested them all, and they're all based off of CALA standards. Vast majority of them are.
But now we're vast majority, not all. In other words, they have gone, most police departments have gone away from CALA because it's an international organization in terms of accreditation. And a lot of the policies and procedures that you do see on the MPAC have been integrated with CALA just in order to maintain cohesiveness, but eliminating issues that are not pertinent to the states because they do also certify international police departments. So there could be, they look very similar.
I'd be happy to provide you
Thank you.
a list of them if you'd like, but if all the police departments are moving away from them, then I don't know why they are listed in our current policies and procedures. That seems to be a variance there that needs to be corrected. In the background section of the RFP, you know, recent events involving unfortunate and untimely deaths of residents spark concerns regarding how the department operates in its response to such events.
Cash
More
apps.
generally, how the department operates every day.
My Cash App's down right now. I gotta actually. I have a meeting tomorrow. I need to square that up. But my Cash App got shut down. So I can take Venmo, I can take Super Chats, I can take PayPal. I don't know. They essentially want me to switch over to a business account, but it's not a business. It's not for business. But I'm going to ask some questions tomorrow. We'll be around some people that can answer that tomorrow for me. So we'll go from there. Donna, thank you so much. I get the $10 via Venmo. We're going to add you into the drawing. You can be, just have to be here at the end to claim it. So that will get you into the drawing for the hat. All right, let's go.
Operates every day in police matters.
Tonight's going to be fun how we do
Are
it.
there any other deaths or incidents that have given rise to concern and need for engagement for the period contemplated
Tell me
within
I
the
just
scope of
screwed this
work?
up.
If yes, please clarify. And the answer we got is a federal investigation has been opened regarding the death of a second resident, Sandra Birchmore.
Okay, I got it.
So
This is Sandra Birchmore they're talking about.
His name is Craig Casey in 2018, which was found not too far off from a select board member's house, right off of Meadows Ave in Pleasant Street. And that one, you read the news reports on it, and it doesn't look like that one was handled right. If you Google some, you'll find unattended dead bodies on I-95 in Canton, just thrown on the highway. It seems like this is the place to
Thanks,
dispose
Rogue.
of bodies. So
You can put donation. You
there's
can
more
change
than
that to
just Sandra
donation.
Birchmore out there.
You're right, Mark.
So I think I would move to amend that. You know of at least 4 of them, but you're saying there's 9. To amend that there's more than just Sandra Birchmore. I think they're
Thanks,
getting at
Bob.
the
We
Kara
got it.
Reed trial, the John F. Keith theft in here, but there's other cases, and the answer we were given is not.
Man, I just want to pop up and talk about this really quick. Listen, I wonder if this guy's got ties to Diddy. I mean, Eric Adams has been pretty well known to go out there and get into the party scene and hang out in clubs till 2:00 in the morning. I'm wondering what the big fallout from that is going to be. And then there was another victim that came forward, I think yesterday, and gave like a 30-minute press conference. It's a wild story. These are all things that you're going to want to keep an eye on. I'm actually going to be talking about a Pennsylvania sheriff pretty soon on the show. And forgive me because I've forgotten the name has slipped my. It's one of the wildest stories I've seen in a while. Forgive me, the name has slipped mind right now. I think it's Jamie Noble or Knoll. Jamie Knoll out of Pennsylvania. You want to look at a corrupt sheriff? And he's actually being held accountable right now. But we'll be talking about that on the channel on Monday. And wait till you see this. It is wild. Stole $5 million from the county. $5 million. And I'll talk about that story on Monday. All right, we got about another hour here in the Canton Police Audit. I appreciate everybody being here tonight. If you missed Rita Lombardi, it's at the beginning of this live, so you can go back. She was on the panel for about 45 minutes. And we'll clear this out, and then we'll do the drawing at the end for the Karen Reed hat. All right, let's keep going here.
Answer that it should be.
Yeah, Craig Casey's name should be added. That was the time that the police missed the body on the lawn, and they had to be called back after the sun rose by a resident. It was a man's body on a front lawn, and our now police chief, then deputy police chief, was quoted in 4 newspaper articles saying while we wish we had found him earlier, it wouldn't have made any difference, but he was found alive, barely, and perhaps one would think that getting EMT assistance an hour and change earlier might have made a difference. And many residents are concerned about Craig Casey's death as well in December of 2018. So that's at least one other that should be added, and there are others.
So I would make a motion to add Karen Reed, Craig Casey, Sandra Birchmore.
I think you meant John O'Keefe.
Excuse me, thank you. Yes, God bless his soul. John O'Keefe, Craig Casey, Sandra Birchmore, her unborn baby, and other unattended bodies on 95.
His name was Joey Brancato.
Suicide by gun in the old airport.
Yeah, what was his name? His name, so Joey Brancato was the body found by the side of the road. Hold on.
Do you want to go through the list of all
Bodies? Yeah.
For me, Kathleen, please.
Yeah.
Move the motion.
So Joey Brancato, 21-year-old, that was March of 2018, body found by the side of the road. I believe it was 95, off of 95. I'm going by memory, but it was a road off of 95. In August of 2018, wait a second. There was another that was ruled a drowning, and it may have been, but residents have lost confidence. Is pretty much the. I tell you what, can we? There are other names to be added. I don't want to misspeak. So on this, extremely important matter.
Could we change it to, yes, there's under a dozen that we know of. And once interviews come up, we could, with this vendor, if they happen to hit all the marks on the response, then, we could go more into depth on the interview on process on this. So I move to
What, you're talking about going through a process? I mean, this has to go out. I'm not sure what you're trying to get at.
We're just looking to add more than Sandra Birchmore.
And her unborn baby, who died in Canton, who murdered in Canton.
Sandra Birchmore and
and
another. We'll just keep it simple for them. We'll add another 4.
There were at least 2 other cases that were ruled
Another
as
4.
There were at least 2 other cases that were ruled as suicide that many residents now feel a lack of confidence in that, given what happened to Sandra and her baby in their Canton murder that was initially ruled a suicide.
Are you also going to fix the spelling of her name?
Yeah.
It says Sarah Birchmore, but her name was Sandra Birchmore.
Appropriate. Change the name.
The name is incorrect on the document.
Yeah, this is when the name is incorrect. I remember this.
We don't have enough.
Michelle, thank you so much. I got your
Are
PayPal.
they under Canton?
We'll add you the drawing.
Litigation? Is it a federal investigation? Is it under the district attorney? Throwing all these names in right now.
Bob, would you even just the one name that's listed presently says Sarah Birchmore?
Oh, it should be changed. I agree with
Sandra.
you.
Can we
Change it to
make
Sandra.
a vote to be sure that town resident, Canton town resident, Sandra Birchmore. Her name was not Sarah Birchmore.
It's Sandra, all right.
It was Sandra. Bob, do you think that you could make a motion right now to have her name changed on that document?
Yeah, that's a typo. That should be automatic.
Could you make a
All in
change?
favor,
Could
yeah.
you make the
Yeah.
motion,
Make
Bob?
a motion, please, to correct her
I
name.
make a motion to correct the name to her correct name.
Change it
Sandra
from
Birchmore.
Sarah to Sandra?
That's her name,
Sandra.
Bob.
Yes.
Yeah,
Sandra,
that's what I just
right.
said. That's confirmed. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
5-0.
Thank you, Bob.
Who seconded the motion? We didn't have a second.
I did.
All of us.
Pick one.
Also, can I just take 1 minute? Because I feel like this is really the time, and I've been standing here for a really long time. And I think that look that I just saw on the chair of the police audit's face is the moment where I can't sit down any longer. Her name's incorrect in this document. She was a Canton resident. She was pregnant.
Yeah.
She was murdered in this town. And watching a town vote in a democratic way to audit the police, whatever that may be, wherever I might have fallen on that vote, actually doesn't matter. Because what I'm seeing here is a committee that was formed as a result of that vote not behave in a way that I think the majority of people wanted it to behave. So I understand the different issues on there. And in fact, there may have been things that I've agreed with one side over the other. But the fact that a town voted for a committee to create an audit, and that has now looks like this, it's not what I voted for. I voted for a collaborative committee to work on this. And I'm not saying you need to agree on every detail, but when a woman who was murdered, his name is incorrect in a document that you're all looking at, to watch that smug look on your face, Bob, and
This is awesome.
laugh after that correction was made, it gets me to my core to a point that it's hard to even speak. So I just want to be sure that we understand that changing her name to be correct and adding the fact that she was pregnant is something that we can at least agree on.
That's great.
Just a reminder, this document was reviewed by Town Council, Mr. Scollins, and the Chief of Police. So move to amend the question to add the unborn baby. I'm not sure if we know if the baby has a name, or at least I don't know off the top of my head. Craig Casey and John O'Keefe.
Second.
Little discussion. When
Sure.
John O'Keefe, this is the whole impetus of this. This was, are there anyone else? I mean, it's pretty obvious that this was what.
Well, we don't list that in the document once, so they're asking if there's anyone else. We're providing, we don't want to be ambiguous. We didn't write anyone's name in the document. We were precluded from doing it. So we should include it. And the fact that you don't want to include it is troubling.
Well, John O'Keefe is fine, but the other one, quite frankly, have no comment on because unfortunately, I'm not aware of it.
Nor am I.
And that's a problem just to add it. So I can see your point with John O'Keefe, and certainly with the unborn baby. I think that is appropriate. But short of that, the other cases, I just can't say I'm going to do it because I'm not aware.
Well, just because you're uninformed about it, we're informing you now that there is another
But
case.
I don't know your sources and what's going behind it. So
You
I'm
can
sorry,
look at-
David, but beyond,
Pull out your phone.
when I knew about the Sarah Birchmore case.
Pull
Sarah.
out your phone and Google. Pull out your phone right now and Google
Didn't
Craig Casey,
say-
or perhaps
You
So
said
the-
Sarah
the
Birchmore.
issue
That's
was that she
pretty
committed
insulting.
suicide.
Citizen article.
So we're gonna,
And it was,
I'm
you,
more-
you said
as I
Sarah
said-
again, it was Sandra.
Sandra,
I think the problem is we don't know. Our public is never informed what's
I don't know
happening in
anything
our
about
town.
the case beyond the name you just mentioned. So from the standpoint, John O'Keefe and certainly the baby, fine with that.
It's unfortunate that you don't want to add other victims of murders in this town
I am
And
hoping that it opens it
I don't
up,
know
that
why
all of
you're
them,
having
but I don't know
opposition
because I
toward
don't know
it.
who these people are.
It doesn't matter. You don't know you don't know who
David, are you saying, and I
the unborn
I don't
baby
know
is. You
anything
don't
about
know
this
who.
individual. Are you saying he was murdered?
We don't know.
I don't know.
Well, you know,
That's
and
an
unfortunately,
investigation.
and I,
Well, it doesn't say a murder. It says deaths and incidents that have given rise to concern is what this vendor is asking. And it's our job to provide appropriate answers, not just sweep it under the rug. These are things of concern that need to be addressed.
So what are the names?
John O'Keefe, Craig Casey, Sandra Birchmore, and the unborn baby.
While I don't know who they are, I will say that if they're the concerns of other citizens,
I have no problem.
I
with
don't
it
have
either.
a problem with it.
You know,
But-
to get back to the, and Kathleen, you referenced a body left on the side of the road, 95. First of all, I'm assuming state highway, it was not a Canton investigation, was no doubt a state police investigation. And I can tell you from my experience over the years, having done a considerable amount of highway patrol earlier in my career, that the route from Boston to Providence was used, and unfortunately still is to this day, as a dumping ground from somebody either killed in Boston or Providence, and the perpetrators traversing the state highway. And in spite of the fact that that body might have been found in Canton, I don't think it's a Canton. I'm not even sure of which body you're referencing, because unfortunately that happens too frequently. But
The fact that we're debating dead bodies and people's names is very troubling.
Yep.
And I don't understand the opposition to it.
David, we don't have any opposition.
We didn't have
So
the
we have the-
opposition.
I'm telling you, we don't
They're
have
We
any
agreeing-
just
opposition.
they're
agreed to
agreeing
the
to the
four
main
names.
ones.
He's only pointing out, as if you have articulated your point of view, that a lot of the names or bodies that you have mentioned may have nothing to do with Canton. They just happen to drop them in the highway that in the town of Canton, but it's a state investigation. That
Three names that he mentioned.
We're all in the
happened
town.
of
And I
Canton.
just
What
said, and
don't
we
we
said
get?
we don't.
We
And-
said we
and
don't
the
have any
Canton
problem
police
with
are the
them. We
first
don't
responders.
We're
have
going to
any
go through
problem
this
with them.
again, please.
Okay.
We're discussing, and we said we don't have a problem with it. Now,
Finally, you said you didn't have a problem for the last 10 minutes.
Sir,
You've been saying
so
you
we
have a
have been
problem with
going,
it.
no, we're going through the process. Now, several people have already been forced to leave. For the-
Oh, wait a second. No, I don't want members of the committee threatening to throw people out.
I'm
It's
not.
bad enough that the chairman does
I am
that.
pointing out, so I'm trying to get this done.
Excuse me.
Several people have been forced to
You
leave.
don't have the authority to
I'm
make
not going to
anybody
make-
leave. Well, you seem to think that you
No,
have the authority. Yeah.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
I'll add that there was a woman who was found in the park across from Dunkin' Donuts on Neponset Street. What year was that? And I forget her name. That she supposedly shot herself several times in a suicide. And now Canton residents say, oh, women
What's her
don't
name?
tend, I can't, what, doesn't,
Do we have a
Okay.
name? So we'll add her to the list.
yeah. But the point being,
No,
we're
we'll add her to the list. if
seeking to
we can get the
restore
name.
trust.
Sure,
But women don't tend to kill themselves violently. They tend to overdose.
that is true. Statistically, you're absolutely correct.
It is true.
And if you are going to kill yourself with a gun, one of the reports said that she had shot herself several times. Yeah, no, that's not how you kill yourself.
So we can add that in.
And I can add this too. The percentage of pregnant women unaliving themselves is extremely low. Extremely low.
Let's just get it, for transparency, let's get all the names out there. And are there any others? Because this is our only opportunity.
Why is this our only opportunity?
Well, because we're going through the process now.
Yeah, I
To
don't
add to
think.
this, the
The
list.
vendors need the answers.
Right.
soon.
But I don't think that
Sponsors are
would
doing
limit,
10
that wouldn't
days.
limit them to that. If they find like, oh, and here's another, that they could certainly, according.
So what are the lists now?
Wow, Susan, thank
I
you
don't
so
have that-
much.
the name of
Wow.
that-
Thank you for the big donation. $50. $50 super sticker. Susan, thank you so much. Wow. Thank you. Thanks for supporting the show tonight. We're going to get you entered into the drawing at the end. Thank you. That was really, really nice of you. Thank you. I appreciate that. Let's see. I'm going to keep playing here.
That woman.
Jane Doe that died in the Vernon Pond State Park in
Thank you so much. It's very kind of you.
Yeah.
I appreciate that.
Okay.
Okay, so those all can
Thanks
be
for your
added.
support. Thanks for supporting LTL. I appreciate that.
Restate the motion, including the original motion on the audit extra days.
John O'Keefe, Greg Casey, Sandra Birchmore's unborn baby.
Play on, player. Yeah.
The Jane Doe who
Thank you so much. That was very kind of
was
you.
found
Thank you.
dead in the
Thank
park
you. Thanks for your support.
on Neponset Street and
And the Dunkin' Donuts
across from the Dunkin' Donuts.
across from the dump. So that was the same case.
Yeah.
That was the gunshot supposedly suicide.
Yeah.
Allison, can you get me those names first thing in the morning? Change? Okay. If it's voted.
Off
So
of
we do
Neponset
have a
Street,
motion and second,
across from
right?
Dunkin' Donuts. It has the wrong name. The old airport, the old Canton airport.
At the state park,
Yeah.
get the name of it.
All the other hat winners, your hats went out
2
days ago. So
19.
should be getting them soon. I'm a little slow on that sometimes. And I'm actually going to have LTL hats soon. I'm very excited.
That, I don't,
Well, Justin Root is not Canton.
yeah, I'm not sure we're adding him. It turns out he was, from Lynn, I think they, I don't know. Yeah, yeah.
To confirm, Sandra Richmond's unborn child, Craig Casey, John O'Keefe, and Jane Doe.
There were public records requests out that we will be able to get her name, but we don't have it now.
Have we voted this yet?
All right.
It's
so-
been moved and seconded.
Yep.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
5-0. Next one.
Yeah, it was Boston. Yep.
Can you please provide a detailed number of investigations that have occurred or in the process currently related to the death of residents in the RFP and their status? Please include the name. Please include the time period.
I'm going to have hats
events,
for sale soon.
Cases
Yep.
since the dates reporting now through. So I think we're back to at least 2018.
Mhm.
And then the answer referenced the 2 deaths are either in litigation or being investigated by outside agencies. The town does not have access to additional information.
Oh, a lot of people don't want to talk,
So
Jeffrey.
we obviously pointed out
Scary times.
4 cases and we went back to 2018. So we ended up with an answer from the town. that
Hello.
was-
Welcome in from Nebraska.
Didn't really satisfy the.
I've been through
vendor's
Nebraska
question.
before. Beautiful there.
So 2018, I move that we include 2018 to current.
Which one?
But
we
hold
looking-
on
yeah,
a minute,
which
because
one are we
I believe our RFP goes back
Yeah, it goes, we cited it.
25 years on this.
Yeah, so
So
going back 25 years.
please
Isn't
excuse
that
me.
cover it?
Sally, thank you so much. We're going to add you to the
25
drawing
years
tonight. Thank
to
you.
review.
Right,
Would be the
isn't that
answer on
what
that
we
one.
agreed upon?
You just got to be here at the end
I thought that was for,
to claim your prize.
not on everything, but.
But we
I-
don't have a detailed number of it.
Excuse me. Thank
within
you.
that 25 years. What we were provided by Town Council Randy Scollins and the chief was 2 deaths. We just don't know the number.
but they're
So we can't
allowed-
rely
Yeah,
on
this one's
2
awesome.
deaths that are being provided by these individuals. It's just not factually
I like
correct.
this one a lot.
But I mean, it's, if they took out the and just said 2 deaths are either in litigation or being investigated by outside agencies, that would make that, it would make it seem less like they're just limiting it to that. What do you think?
Take out the,
Match.
Because in the prior question we answered, we gave
Well,
them.
hello, hello. Welcome in.
well, I think it's important if we get the answer of these 4 individuals that we just specified, that's going to probably give the town some comfort in healing and help control the cost to some degree.
Take then, remove, as Ms. Holly said, Change capitalize to
Yeah.
and remove the.
I tell you, one death that is not currently being litigated is the baby of Sandra Birchmore. The feds have not decided as to whether to charge him yet for that particular crime. They very well might, but that would not be included in the number two.
So I make a motion that strike the and capitalize the T. of
Thank
the
you. I
two.
just
And
broke it
that's
out today. It's my favorite flannel. This is my
strike
favorite
and
flannel. I love this.
Number 2 up on the screen. If you strike under the answer, strike the and just say 2 deaths are either in litigation or being investigated, and the town does not have
Hey,
access
Lauren, how
to
are
it.
you? Good to see you here.
Can I just ask a quick question? In a way, does it even matter? Because this is why I'm thinking, but I might be not understanding this. If the audit discovers other things that don't match this, then isn't that kind of the point? So in a way, does this debate even matter?
My Cash App is down right now. I'm gonna be talking to a couple of people to try to fix that. They shut me down because they want me to sign up for like a business account, and I'm not a business. So I'm gonna get that hopefully squared up tomorrow and just talk to some people tomorrow about it. All right, we got about another 44 minutes. I know it's a late night stream. You all are awesome here on this Hump Day Wednesday. We're probably going to end around just before 11 o'clock. I'm going to do the drawing at the end. It's going to be really fun how we do it. And I think you're going to have a lot of fun with it, but you got to be here to claim your prize at the end. So all the people that have entered, make sure you're here at the end of the night and call out in the room that it's you, because if you're not here, then I'm just going to rerun what I'm going to do, and it will be the next person. So, all right, let's keep playing on. I don't want to delay this too much longer. It is late. I appreciate everybody being here in the chat. Make sure to smash the like button, and we'll get through this audit. Good questions. This is great.
But
Amber, thank you so much. We're going to get you in there. $10.
Says it's our understanding based on what we know. Because then the point is, if we don't know it and it ends up being something that
No, I have to work.
Do you know what I'm trying to say?
I have to
And in a
work. I'm
way,
sorry.
The point is, if we don't know, like, we don't even have to debate about it.
Yes.
The point is based on what we know. There's 2 or more, or.
But I think the auditors are looking for more specific numbers so they can give you a better price.
So do you want to say something like at least 2 deaths? Because the FBI could be investigating more than we.
Could we move on from that with something that practical to say at least 2?
Yeah.
Just because, again, I think the essence of it is if the public doesn't have full information, or if the auditors were to find something that is beyond what they were even told, then that's kind of the whole point anyway. So maybe we can just move on. I don't know.
I'm going to do some standouts on Sunday, though. I'll be bopping around all over the
There is
place.
a simple solution. Maybe we could move on quickly.
And
Well,
then
they're looking for a time frame as well. So since
Sunday night.
2018, we know of at least 4.
I'm going to pause this really quick because I'm talking over it. I'm going to probably bop around on Sunday and do some of the standouts. And then Sunday night at 7:30 p.m., Jen O'Donnell will be here live in studio. She's going to talk about all things Canton. She is done. She wants to speak. She will be speaking out. So we're going to have a great time on that live. And I can't wait to see what she has to share, because I think she's going to open up a little bit more. All right, players, let's keep playing on.
Yeah.
Are they open?
Thank you for being here
As we
tonight.
just
Are they
described.
open cases?
Open cases. What,
Please
what,
rid of those open cases since date of incident and reporting through now.
It's really a 2-part question.
But that's in the question.
Are in process currently.
No,
Mhm.
currently in process. So
Right,
are
that-
there more than 2 that are actually open?
Yeah.
While there may be more cases people are interested in having looked at, are they open cases? Those could be closed now. And so this is only specific to open cases.
and the town does not have access to additional information.
Caroline, thank
FBI
you
is
so much
investigating additional
for your
cases. We don't
Venmo.
have access to
Thank
that
you.
information.
$25 Venmo.
Back
Thank
to
you.
what you said, capitalize the
Thanks
2,
for supporting me. I appreciate that.
remove the.
And I got your
I mean,
message.
that's a
Cover it for
simple.
now.
No worries.
So I make a motion that we strike the and capitalize the 2 in that answer. So it says 2 deaths are either in litigation or being investigated by outside agencies The town does not have access to additional information.
Seconded. I had to do that, Kathleen, because I
All
don't
right.
think I've seconded.
Oh,
you.
thank you, Jack.
There's a typo on the second line of line.
All this lobster talk in the chat tonight.
Plural rather than just.
It's hard to hear them. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's another typo. And I'll add that related to the,
Right.
These residents or.
Caroline, are you the one that I talked to about insurance before?
was
I
that
don't
how
know
they're,
if you're the
maybe
one.
that was how they're.
If you are, I
question
think
was-
I know who you are, and I think I
Maybe that's
know who
exactly
you
how they
know.
worded their question, and we don't
If
know.
that makes sense.
Okay. All right, so we have a second. Since that was in their question, I don't think we would correct their question. So are we going to vote on it?
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Voting. We have a,
All we're doing is taking out "the," is that my understanding?
what? No, yeah, just take out the "the." And that was,
Yeah.
are you okay with that?
All those in favor?
Aye.
5-0.
Okay, we can move on.
In general, do you think when typing up minutes, should I be correcting any typos or grammatical errors?
Yes, please.
Yeah, if you can give me a live updated document by tomorrow morning, because we have to publish tomorrow, and I have to get this back to Mr. Scollins for distribution, so as early as possible.
All right, just to jump ahead a little bit for the sake of time, let's move on to page 4, halfway down the page. The Canton Police Department evidence inventory is audited annually by an independent auditor. Oh, I'm sorry, that was the answer. Does the police department utilize third parties? I'm sorry, I'm just trying to get to the right question here.
Who was the questioner?
This one. Was EIDE, I believe, was the name of the company.
Yeah, EIDE Bailey.
E.D. Bailey, yes.
Okay.
Ah,
What
yes.
number
I
after the
think
EIDE Bailey?
I know who you know, if you know who I
It's
mean.
not numbered.
Is that it? What systems?
So it's on page 4.
Five up
I think
at the
you're.
bottom.
I think you're the same Caroline.
Is that the Canton Police Department evidence? Is that the one you're talking about?
Does the police department utilize third parties to provide evidence service? If yes, please provide a description of number of parties and services. The Canton Police Department evidence inventory is audited annually by an independent auditor. The town's financial audit includes the police department's finances. If yes, the consultants will have
Excuse me.
access.
Will the consultant?
Will the consultant have access to the accessibility to the data of those parties and key stakeholders to include in our interviews and to gain understanding? Access will be given, then the answer goes on to say.
Thank you, Barbara, for the $5 on Venmo. I'll add you to the drawing at the end.
Relevant impact files. It does not include financials. So Bob specifically asked for a financial audit.
Well, it says the town's financial audit is included in the police department finances. It's part of the overall
Thank
audit
you.
for the town. as
Well,
far as I
you
know.
elected to include
welcome, Mark.
an additional financial audit on top of the town's annual financial audit in the scope of the services.
Just to,
So that needs to be included to match what our scope says. So I moved to add in financials because that was a sticking point for you, Bob. I asked you to
I
remove
think you're
it.
misinterpreting where I had the financial. But I don't have the others right now, so I'm not gonna.
To the answer on access will be given to evidence reports and the police department's relevant impact files and financials.
Well, these are answers. If we have it in the RFP and in the scope of services, that has precedent, so.
I'll
It doesn't
second
matter
that.
whether we fix it here or not, it's in the scope of services, so. I don't know exactly, and I don't necessarily agree with what you're saying, so I don't want to change this at this point. Leave it in the RFP as we have it. If they have a question, then we'll come up in the questions.
No, it would be backing up. So you're saying you did want it included in the RFP, and we agreed. It wasn't why the petitions brought the article forward. We're concerned
Well, if it's
about
in there, then
adherence.
we don't have to clarify.
Thank you, John. I appreciate that.
But they're
If you guys can answer that question I have up on the screen, it would be great.
Okay. I just want to finish what I'm saying.
Motion, and you have my vote.
Good.
Fine.
All right.
Yeah, I think we do have a motion and second already on the table.
Access will be given to the evidence report, the police
All in
department's
favor?
relevant
Aye,
impact
okay.
files, and police financial
And
reports.
police financial.
Okay,
reports.
5.
Aye.
Okay.
Looks like 5 p.m. is going to win. Okay,
Then
perfect.
going on to systems that identified.
For tomorrow.
Please identify which systems are utilized as shared platforms.
Just want to make sure everybody sees the video tomorrow. 5. Okay, consensus wins. 5
It goes on
o'clock.
to say for emergency services. So they put none. We have a 911 dispatch regional platform that is shared. So that was established probably like 3 or 4 years ago.
Okay, where is?
It's the second to last question on page 4.
Oh, I see. B. Different.
Mark, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. I appreciate that. We'll get you entered into the hat contest.
Yes,
Thank
it
you.
would be B.
So I'm confused as to which one we're looking at. It's under number 10, or is it a different number? 10B? Okay.
That's correct.
Okay, so what do you?
So the town has a 911 dispatch platform, which the way I'm understanding this is it's a shared platform for the other emergency services.
Yeah.
They're saying no, and this came out of the police department, so I don't want to make a change that they've approved. So.
Do we know what
Doesn't make it wrong
services they are? Here's the problem. If they are, then we have to know what the services are.
Mhm.
When you call 911, you don't get the Canton Police Station. It goes to a regional dispatch, which is shared with a number of other towns. I believe it's like
aware.
Easton, Sharon, and probably.
That's the Norfolk County.
Yes, so exactly.
Yes, so I don't know whether how that's shared with the police.
Shared, same platform, but different instances. I don't even know what the question, which is why I don't want to make a change or something I don't understand.
Is there a
Other
way
people
of
have
just,
looked at this and said none.
is there a way of getting,
Hopefully they know what they're talking about, because I
a
don't.
way of getting an answer to that, just setting it aside and see if we can get the answer to tomorrow to confirm it?
Yeah, to sort of flag it, are you sure this is right?
Yes.
What do you say about that, Dave?
I don't think this is a big issue. in terms
Yes,
of-
yeah, just review the 911 dispatch.
Yeah.
See if we can get. an
Norfolk
answer and
County
have it
Dispatch
happen.
Platform.
Yeah, wouldn't that qualify? Yeah, if that's incorrect, then,
Have them change it.
all right, so I guess we can move on. I don't think that takes a vote to double check something. What would you say is?
And then just the following question. in
Cash
regards
App
to
should be
data
fixed
exports,
tomorrow.
That's
It's down at the
saying
moment.
Some, but not all data can be exported. I think I have trouble with that. I rarely see that data can't be exported unless there's, some kind of crazy encryption on the data, but you can still export it. The theory that not all data can be exported is, I don't know that that's correct.
Unless it's a closed database, and I'm thinking of.
Yeah, you can use Venmo, or you can just hit the
CGIS
super chat
when
option at
police
the bottom of the
departments,
screen as well, too.
When they access CGIS files, I was able to access them for many years, and I couldn't export them.
So what would?
Maybe that's what they're referencing.
Perhaps that's an access, user
No, I mean, 'cause
access level.
CGIS files can't be shared. So maybe that's what they're referencing.
But they're actually asking
Story
for a
files.
specific,
Excuse me.
3 specific file types.
Well, we know the .xlsx is Excel. That obviously is generic Excel, if I can use that term. So it's just, what is the .json? I mean, they surely can't be saying that Excel can't be exported or.
So they're saying some, but not all can be.
Okay.
So they probably are including those two, but not the others.
I know it's hard to hear the audience. Sorry.
And then if there's ever a debate after, we could go back to the list and argue about whether that was true or not true. But at least, so, I think some but not all can be exported.
Cheryl, thank you so much for the $5. We'll add you to the contest at the end. Thank you
Yes, that would be.
for the running of the hat.
That would be great if we could get with Louis Gitris and ask him which specific data sets cannot be exported.
Excuse
And I
me,
think
sorry.
it will be helpful for transparency going forward when we can identify which data sets cannot be exported.
Did you have some knowledge to?
Right, Jody.
I think ABC might be connected. I have no idea, but I think B is asking if the systems of TrueSense, Evidence Library, IMC Velocity are shared platforms. And that goes to the next C of, again, can TrueSense, Evidence Library, Exact Vision, IMC, and Velocity, again, could those be converted to the usable formats? It's just a guess, though. I don't think they're looking for, I think the answers to B and C are coming from the answer. Question of B and C is coming from the response to question A.
Yeah,
I don't know for sure.
That would make sense. I guess the point is if they can't be exported, that the company would still have access to the records that they need somehow.
Right, so can they export TrueSense evidence,
He's answering the same
IMC and Velocity?
He says nothing, then I've got to go with what he said.
Well, we just need to know which.
Why?
But he says some, but not
Yeah, but this is going
all
out.
can be exported. We just want to know in advance for the transparency and the sake of this, to prevent any kind of obstruction, which
All right, but we don't
which
have to
parts of
answer-
data
put
are
these
not
on-
going to be
on the question and answers right now. These have to go out.
exported.
I don't know if I can get Louis Judges to answer these. We can eventually, yes. But let's get these done and out. Doesn't matter. At this point, he's saying not all can be.
Bob,
This
is there
came from him.
any reason that later on we could just ask them and we'll send out the follow-up answer later on
We can, yeah,
separately? Okay.
Doesn't sound like Mr. Chair is going to do that.
Do what?
Get
I
some
don't think that is a
clarification.
very fair
Before it goes out?
statement that he,
He
that.
just made a statement that he wasn't going to
No,
do
he
it
said he'd
because
do it
Louis
later.
Gitcher said that.
We would leave it as is, but I asked if we could then send something out after he gets the information. We are on a timeline. I thought that was enough information just to get out for now. And then he could ask Louis specifically, could you also give us a detailed list of what can be exported and what can't be?
Thank you.
So you will be doing that?
That's what I said. You apparently aren't listening.
Yeah, I noticed that too. I noticed that too. JH, thank you so much. $20. $20. We get you in the running. Thank you for the support. Thank you.
David, next question.
One moment, please.
I applaud you for being able.
Excuse me. Oh, my allergies are insane.
It's not easy.
I know it's really hard to hear the crowd. I apologize.
trying to see which one to skip ahead to. Just allow me a few
I
minutes,
like
please.
this.
Or move on to a different discussion if you need to at the moment.
There you go, Scott, right there. I think everybody's a little burnt out. You know, they were all riled up at the beginning, and time goes on and everybody just gets burnt out. JH, thank you. Welcome in. Make sure to subscribe. You just found this channel. I appreciate it. What a way to
Yes, this is
enter a
moving
new
on to
channel. Thank you.
Page 5.
What number?
The list I was given was in a
Oh, it
completely
just-
different format.
Okay,
so
sorry.
I,
What are the first few
you know,
words?
it's beneath the
Page 5, you said?
provide committee members different information than what we're presenting on.
Everybody got the same.
My
thing,
internet is down
including
all over
mine.
the place
I don't
today.
know why you've got a problem, but
I apologize about that. It was in several different emails. I compiled it to one list for the ease of the audience being able to read. That is on me.
Oh, okay, thank you.
The chair could apologize as well for calling you out on something, but you know.
which one were you reading now?
That was Massachusetts Public Records are available.
And that's just, okay, here we go.
Let's see. what's up.
All right, that seems a generic answer, but certainly fair that, yeah, anybody can request requested the report as public records, and they would have to comply.
So this isn't a public records request. We provided unfettered access as a committee unanimously to the auditor. We didn't say you're just going to get a public records request and here's your data, and now it's all going to be redacted. So audit records
Could be Karen.
should not be exempt. Unfettered access was granted in the scope.
I think we might be looking at the wrong, I think we're looking at the wrong question. This one is saying, does the town of Canton anticipate that this may be, the report may be issued, may be, you know, the subject of public records requests?
Please describe the protection protocols of information during the audit process. And this is something that that other vendor goes on.
Yeah, it's not really a contest. It's just if you make a donation tonight, I'm going to add you in to win a free hat at the end. That's all we're doing. That's all we're doing here. Any super chat or anything that comes through, I'm just enter you into a draw to give you a hat away. That's all it is. It's not a way to pay to get in or anything like that. It's a reward. If you make a donation, we're gonna
elaborate on
reward someone tonight. Give away a free hat.
Here we go. Number 12.
Yes, number 12. Thank you. So I moved to
Oh, you're welcome, JH. Thank you. Thanks for being here. It's my gift to you.
Amend audit records shall not be exempt. Unfettered access was granted to all records.
Listen, number 12.
I give a lot of free stuff away.
So the question is, please describe the protection protocol of information during the audit process with respect to public records requests and requests and how that will be
Jesus.
handled. So that's talking about the information that they are using during the audit process as they are, you know, compiling.
You know,
the
down
report.
on
Is
left.
that going to be the subject?
Jen just left.
Will those records be subject to public records requests? Is that what that's what I'm understanding. And I guess the answer is yes.
So pretty much how are they going to preserve the records?
Yeah. I don't know the answer to that. I think you're saying.
And, you know, they shouldn't be in a position where they're going to get a record that's just all grayed out because it's redacted.
I don't think we have a control over that, even unfettered. If an agency, there's information in a correspondence with another agency and that has to be kept out, they may have to redact it. I don't know. I really can't even follow the question, never mind.
Yeah.
So I have trouble trying to figure out what they're asking.
Yeah, the question is very, very vague, but I can tell you from personal experience, every police department in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, when they get an inquiry relative to a public records request, it's always run by the Secretary of State's office.
So I think your question is vague. I can't understand it.
About another 20 minutes left.
So I
Thanks for
think-
being here. Smash that like button. We'll run this hat
think we
giveaway
just
at the
gotta
end.
figure out the
Free
answer.
hat.
Yeah.
There was a deadline for the questions.
Please clarify who, just to move on to jump ahead for the sake of time, since we're running up at 9:20, please clarify who the liaisons will be for the project committee members. So that would be, we're the project committee. And they're asking liaisons with a parenthesis, multiple, for the police.
That'd be great, wouldn't it?
And other personnel. And all we get for an answer is the police chief will be available.
I take that to mean that the police chief is the initial point of contact and she'll defer other requests as needed. I mean, the police chief is the point of contact for the police department.
Well, they're asking for project committee members of the police. The chief would be covered under the police. IT would have to be Mr. Jetris. And any other identified personnel, other personnel being Mr. Scollins would be the finance director. He would have to provide financial records.
That's
The
scary.
select board would have to provide oversight records, and the project committee would have to be one of us.
I think this will generalize the answer saying that the police
Police
chief
chief
will
will coordinate all of it.
coordinate it so that you can get to Lewis or whoever.
It's a very broad question.
It is.
Yeah,
Well, appropriate department heads should be liaisons. It shouldn't just, because they're not asking about just the police, because when they interact with the other departments, they're going to need information, because we included in this to review other departments.
And I
You have a
assume,
lead person.
Which is a department head in this town.
it would be, we need to talk to IT. Who do I talk to? Well, you would go and see Lewis.
The
Let me
department
call.
head, yes.
I'm sure they're using that the head chief of police, since it is a police audit, would be the person they go to find out who these people are so that they can make contact, as opposed to just be having a list. That's all.
All right, let's just move on, since we're not going to get anywhere with that one. So going on to the last question, can expectations for the RFP and standard contract be included as an appendix or otherwise excluded from the 2-page maximum indicated for the cover letter? So refer to the RFP requirements. So I just want to clarify with you, Bob, if someone has a 1-page cover letter or 1.5-page cover letter, is that an informality? Or are we going to just rule that vendor out completely as a result of the cover letter?
What do you mean by 1 page? It's a maximum.
That's a requirement
from
in,
the 2-page maximum. So if it's a 1 page, that should be fine. Brevity is a wonderful thing.
but say, for instance, they forget the cover letter. Would we waive that as a committee as an informality?
I wouldn't.
I wouldn't.
I would
never
just
have.
say, can you send the cover letter?
A lot of these are boilerplate. You look at them, it goes in. If it's in there, fine. What you're looking for, people that can do the job you're interested in. If they don't dot all the i's and cross the t's, that's stuff is boilerplate that goes into it. So it's in there, yes. Could it disqualify? Yeah, if you really wanted to, but I've never have. I don't think anybody else will.
I wouldn't want to.
You wouldn't want to. You're looking for the best people to do the job done. And I think we're going to have enough of a problem getting anyone. So.
So I guess that moves us to the next agenda item in regards to concerns raised by the STRIM group. I think we touched on some of those, but not all of them.
Where were you now?
Your Police Audit Committee agenda number 3.
Oh, okay. The only thing I had on that was, well, why don't we do these one at a time? If we're done revising this, we should vote with the changes as is. I would look for a motion to do that.
A motion.
Motion, second?
Second.
Discussion?
Discussion being, there are some items, obviously, we wanted to be added to the questions. We voted on those. We were precluded from adding those. In the sake of moving forward with the RFP, I'll move the questions out to the vendors so we can get their responses back in a timely manner. So I would second and approve the question submissions, but I'm not happy with some of the answers.
Kathleen? Yes?
Yes.
Yes. David, yes? I'm yes?
Yes.
Yes, 5-0. Okay. That brings us to the,
5-0.
what you're saying is the third one, Sturm Group. The only thing I wanted to mention on that, everyone's got the letter on that. A lot of the significant concerns, namely the undefined scope, unrealistic timeframes, insufficient funding for the scale of work required, potential legal complications,
This guy's a
and
dick.
questionable accuracy within the RFP. Sturm Group has decided not to submit an RFQ response to this project. As it currently stands, this is a losing proposition for any firm that undertakes this audit. I just, they came in with a 4-page reason why.
Yeah,
they're not gonna
as
bid on
Scott.
it.
So
We'll see at the 30th what we get. I thought everybody should take a look and read that and see where it goes.
So
But
first
there's
of all,
nothing beating that
there's a
horse.
lot more that Mr. Larry Smith has
Yeah, there is.
mentioned. First of all, I'd like to thank him for those comments he provided to us. They're invaluable. If the town needs to redo the process, this could be a good roadmap for us. It seems like they're a very competent vendor that's done a number of police audits and have taken over other vendors' failed police audits.
According to the literature, yes.
According to his response. I haven't had a chance to review any of the work he's done. But if we do get to the point where we have to review it, this seems like a very prosperous company to move forward with. He does raise a lot of concerns about, what happens if criminal behavior is uncovered, and
I'm in good
how
standing.
some of the issues that have arisen with the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office. And as I mentioned earlier, a special prosecutor is what he recommended.
Yeah,
A
but again,
retired
David, as we said,
prosecutor,
that's well beyond the scope of a police department. You can't do it. You can't.
So he was suggesting a retired federal or magistrate, not a current active federal prosecutor,
Still
someone
can't
that,
do it. He has to get his authority from some prosecutorial entity in the police department or any entity of a municipal government is not it. Can't grant it. Cannot grant it.
I'm going to reiterate that we're not lawyers and we don't know that. There may be a way for the town to appoint some sort of.
and
special
Mr. Smith may
prosecutor.
have a rebuttal to that comment, which we would welcome. And just a way to establish a clear mechanism for what happens when data and documents is obstructed or delayed. He's suggesting an oversight committee or a city official or an authority to enforce compliance. So I thought that was, a very good suggestion. And then he goes on to describe the unrealistic time frame that was put out there, not by this committee, but by the ministerial people. And, I guess that's probably about it for that. But yes, thank you again to Mr. Lawrence Smith.
If I could, the one that we missed. Additionally, our team has identified potential legal risks associated with the ongoing high-profile homicide case involving Karen Reed and Sarah Birchmore. These cases have generated national global attention, and there is a strong
McCarthy, I think
likelihood.
this could jeopardize the vendors that would submit. So I think this could taint the process by finishing those comments. Like those would be comments to use if we get to the point of redoing this process.
Yeah, I've just finished, if I
So-
could finish reading what he had to say, strong likelihood
feel
that
like
any
it's a way
firm,
to
that any
discourage
firm
vendors.
conducting an operational audit could be called upon as witnesses or subpoenaed to provide records in connection with
Not their
these
guy, though.
trials.
Guy's a
With the
dick.
Karen Reed trial approaching and Sandra Birchmore investigation ongoing, the likelihood of being drawn into legal proceedings is substantial. There is a burden that any auditing firm must carefully consider, especially when the RFP offers no clear safeguards or guidance on who would bear the cost for legal expenses or compensate for the time and resources diverted to these other matters. He made a lot of points in many other areas. He also made that point, and that's something that's going to.
One other point I'd like to make
Now that we're
besides you
discouraged.
discouraging
Yeah.
vendors.
It's not
Mr.
discouraging.
McCarthy,
They're just
with
trying to
his wealth of
sabotage
30
this.
years of experience, has not submitted one company to the distribution list for the RFP. I have provided several companies to the distribution list. I keep asking Bob, where's the list of companies? Mr. Kelly, I believe, has referred to that made it on to the distribution list, but it doesn't appear that those were ever emailed. So I don't know about the contact that took place beforehand.
Is it
doesn't seem
really
like-
our job? I thought this.
But I just,
that-
excuse me,
no,
sir, I just want to point out that the distribution list is very segregated in this town, where it lists out the person and people who provided those lists to create a bias. It's not a fair and equitable process, the way Mr. Scollins and Mr. McCarthy have laid it out. They've identified every vendor I've sent over and just marked my name on it. I've never seen an RFP like that. And it's just unfortunate that you haven't submitted one vendor in your wealth of experience. And no wonder the town overpays, Bob.
And
Well, you have an answer for that, why you did that? Would you get a-
Why haven't you
I
submitted to
normally
one
don't,
vendor?
and we haven't overpaid in anything. I'm a little tired of some of your comments, but we have, now at this point, we're moving into public comment. We've got 20 minutes.
Yes, so why, I've asked you about a half dozen times in emails, you haven't responded. I've asked you
question?
tonight, why haven't you submitted the distribution list to one vendor?
About 10 more minutes
Yourself.
here.
Why haven't you provided
Don't
one
normally ever
vendor?
do that.
Thanks for being here this evening.
The town's
And you-
procedure
you-
is
you've
not
done-
to
you've
send
sent
out.
to everybody and their grandmother all over the country. Why reinvent the wheel?
Because I had to do this because there was a lack of responsibility on a procurement official that didn't provide one vendor to the town. Not one. That's now we know why things are
I'm a
very
novice
expensive.
to this, but what is the process? I would assume that the process is handled by the town to publicly, in the appropriate
You're talking
access
to the
journals,
procurement official about the
that the
process.
town handles it, and that there's some legal steps that you have to go through. And quite frankly, I didn't do it either because that is not in my wheelhouse. I do not know what places or the agencies to ask for, and I would feel that the unbiased way of doing it, rather than soliciting, is that you do it through the public arena and the whatever bylaws are set up in terms of advertising for these jobs. So
Well, typically, a procurement official with 30 years of experience
I didn't say
would
that-
have
that's-
gone out to other towns such as Holyoke, where you got your RFP from, took their plan holder list and sent the RFP to everyone on that plan holder list. You could have gone to other towns
and then
that have plan
and then
holder
there could
lists
be a
and
bias
submitted that
that
out.
he's trying to selectively choose certain companies that he feels are the ones that are going to be
Yeah, hasn't
most
chosen any.
favorable. Well, that's
No,
being impartial.
I think the public would see it as differently, that we're spreading the net as widely as possible. Come everybody and bid on this,
Not
rather
one.
than,
So the town needs to redo how they procure items. They need to reevaluate that. They need to reevaluate the people in charge of procurements, especially on
This is crazy.
$250 million buildings.
Yeah.
And they need to update the way they request information from other communities, because that's how procurement works.
Yep.
Well, maybe I could learn something from you. I doubt it, but we'll see. 20 minutes of public comment. Anybody?
There's no one there. That's Sean. Sean.
Are the microphones going to be turned on?
Working, no?
It has not
We
been.
good? Go ahead.
Oh, he said he turned it on for that way the people at home can hear.
Yeah, no.
Oh, Sean.
It's not working?
Go ahead.
Watching
He-
this meeting from home tonight.
If you use that, it'll go on the camera though. I know, but the camera won't pick, the film won't pick it up.
And the people at home.
Is this working now?
What you're saying?
He said it is. He said it is for the people at home. Go ahead.
Okay. I was watching this meeting at home tonight. I had no plans on coming here tonight. I had something else I had to take care of. After watching what has transpired here tonight, first of all, I would like to thank Kathleen and David for your
love Sean.
work and your reasoning and your
Yep,
fairness.
that's right, Jody.
Mr. McCarthy, I would like to say that I am embarrassed for this town being represented by you as a chairman of this committee. You have tried to kneecap this audit since it started. It's obvious that you're a chauvinist. You treat women with disrespect. You have no respect for the members of this community. This town voted for an audit. They procured $200,000 and they were told by the finance committee that if the cost overage was going to be more than $200,000, that the select board would use money from the mitigation funds. You have tried to kneecap the scope of this audit. You are an embarrassment, and your two counterparts that you have over here with you are in on the whole gig.
Love
too,
Sean.
okay? People see what the hell is going on around here. You should be embarrassed. I feel bad for you. I can only imagine what your family life is like by the way that you talk to people. And that's all I have to say. And to the residents of Canton, God help us.
Sean's a great guy.
Anybody else?
Sean
Thank
goes
you,
out to a
people.
lot of.
I would look for a motion to adjourn. All those in favor? All those in favor? Kathleen, David, are you?
20 minutes on the clock.
Anybody else want to talk?
Excuse me.
I just asked, nobody did, and I just adjourned.
You can.
Sean's always at the free Karen Reed standout. He's great. Never puts his arm down.
My name is
Never
Athena
puts his arms
Yagani,
down.
and I do not live in Canton, but I am a public safety consultant. I want to applaud your effort, all of you, your effort in taking the time to participate in actually a very unusual process. In my 30 years, I've never seen a committee create an RFP.
I'm going down to the next meeting. I want to get down there.
In the public, despite some of the rules or seemingly lack thereof. I think it's very impressive that you've chosen to allow the media and the public to watch you engage in this process. Having said that, it's very unusual not to engage kind of a pre-consultant to review exactly what it is that you are trying to do to help you from a public safety, despite the colonel, despite the doctors.
No, I have to work tomorrow.
In public safety. It's just very usual, it's part of normal protocol to engage a group, a person, a consultant to help to draft what might fit in an RFP and how much it might cost. You kind of jumped over that to create what is really a very heavy duty, some would say very detailed, some would say very ambiguous document that's going to be really hard for a group to really meet all of the requirements as you've seen in the questions. And my objective is not to interfere in this process, but I'm just not sure that you are going to get the quality of vendors across the country that this town really needs.
if there are both sides of the aisle on both sides of the aisle. It's clear to me that everybody wants the best for Canton.
Right.
And to help move this town forward, and most importantly, to help this town heal. I'm concerned that the expectation of this audit
Not making enough
in
money,
terms
Alex.
of healing the town is set at a very high bar. And I don't think that the audit as it's presented is really going to meet what you're looking for. There are certainly consulting groups that will bid on this in different ways. Many of them have expressed their concerns about potential structure of the way this RFP has been designed, but it's just not a typical RFP. And therefore, I think that consultants are having difficulty formulating responses. And I think part of the group's suggestion that vague answers to these questions may make it a little harder for qualified consultants and groups to provide you with the best that you're looking for. I don't know that this helps you at all, but again, I offer you the best of luck. And as I said at the beginning, it's very important, I think, to continue the dialogue with the community, and important to present your thoughts as a committee to the community and to hear feedback as a general comment. So good luck. Thanks for letting me speak.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I just want to say that I had serious concerns that this audit committee was going to be successful, that this audit was really going to do what the citizens wanted. And the only thing I can say to that right now after this is what a joke.
Motion to adjourn?
Second.
All right.
That's it. Wow. What a meeting, huh? What a meeting. All right. Listen, let's see. Katie says you got to start some. Yes, yeah, we're a little ways off. I've been setting plans in place for the last year to make this all happen at some point. But we're a little ways off. And I actually talked to someone tonight that is very interested in my services and possibly could bring something to their company that would free up my schedule a little bit more. And they said, when I'm ready to make that leap and that jump, to come talk to them. And they see something in me that I could bring to their company. And I was really, I guess I wasn't taken back, but I was very, what's the word I'm looking for? Grateful that that they said those, qualities about me. So, I have some things in the works. Right now, I'm just going to keep continuing to build the platform and outreaching it. We're still a little ways away, but someday this hopefully will happen. It's not easy. This is not an easy platform. YouTube comes in ups and downs and waves, and it doesn't happen overnight. So it takes time. Okay. Let's do this. Let's do the drawing for the hat, the free Karen Reed hat. So we're going to do that now. So all the donations, if you made a donation tonight, I added you into the free drawing. And I think this is going to be really fun. I'm kind of excited about it. Oh, this is really cool. Okay. So the way that we're going to do it is we're going to do a race. And we're going to do zombies because everything in Canton is just a bunch of zombies. So I added everybody's names. We're going to race this one out, 45 seconds. And let me just... I think I'm going to turn the music down a little bit just so you can hear me. kind of rattle off what we're doing. So this is going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be a lot of fun. We're going to do a little zombie race, right? My buddy does this on his channel, and I love this. So I signed up for this. So okay. You got to be here at the end. When you win, we'll call out the name, and then what you need to do at the end is you're going to just email me, and I'll drop my email in the chat. Let's see. I'm going to drop the email, and it will be your responsibility to reach out to me. So it's for the free giveaway hat. If you made a donation tonight, I was kind enough to put you in this drawing. It's free to, it was, you didn't have to pay any money to enter. We just put you in there if you made a super chat or sent a donation. And then what we're going to do is we're going to draw this, and you will have to email me at letstalklivepodcast@gmail.com. letstalklivepodcast@gmail.com. Okay. And then just put hat winner in the subject line, and then we'll get you vetted. All right, here we go. We're going to do this race. 45 seconds on the clock. And let me just make sure I'm doing this correctly. We'll get this going. Let's see. Oh, set. Okay. 1, 2. I guess I forget how to do this. Is this it? Nope. Hang on. We got to get the race to go here. How do we make it go? All right. I see the start button. All right. 3, 2, 1. And they're off. Oh, God. That's loud. Maureen Clark out ahead of everybody. And it looks like JH is coming up from behind. The zombies are going. They're running in Canton. And Moofy coming up from behind. We still have Maureen Clark out in front. JH way out there. And we might have JH still running. We got Moofy Loops in the hunt. JH still out there. 10 seconds. Here we go. Who's gonna win? Martin coming up from behind. Jeffrey Martin. Look at the big push at the end here. And the winner is Moofy Loops. The win is Moofy Loops in the chat. That was fun. Is Moofy Loops in the chat? Are you here? Music's great, right? Moofy Loops. If you're here, and this was the donation that got them in. If you're here, you need to speak up in the chat. Let us know. If not, we're going to reset it and rerun it. We're going to reset it and rerun it. If you are not here, let's see. TJ Hill, thank you so much. Go to the next meeting. Bring comments from your channel. Show them how the whole country's watching. Show Wilmington. Yay, Moofy Loops. All right. In the room, congratulations. You got the free Karen Reed hat. We're going to get that out to you. What you need to do is email me. Here's my email address. letstalklivepodcast@gmail.com. Put in the subject line, hat winner. We'll get you vetted, and we'll get this hat out to you. Free Karen Reed hat. So thank you so much for being part of that. Good stuff. Good stuff. Okay, everybody. So that is going to end tonight's live. I appreciate everybody being here. We'll get this hat out to Moofy Loops. Tomorrow at 5 p.m., I have a special message to my Free Karen Reed supporters. And I will be dropping that video tomorrow at 5 p.m. Please make sure to click on that there. Set your reminders. I could be really kind right now and play it for you all. Should I give you all a preview? I'll play it. I will play it for you all right now, but I need your commitment tomorrow. I'm going to do this. I'll play it now, but I need all your commitment for tomorrow. So I'll break the video tonight. I'm going to play it now, but when it drops tomorrow at 5 p.m., you need to go over and rewatch it again and leave a comment. Okay? That's the deal. That's the deal. I'll drop it tonight, I'm going to show you it tonight, but I need you to go tomorrow when it drops at 5 p.m. and leave a comment. All right. So give me a second. I just got to pull the folder up off my other computer. Now we'll do a late night treat. Everybody sat through a 5-hour live. So let's do this. I think everybody deserves it. They sat through a 3.5 hour live. And then we'll end tonight's live with this. Yeah, it's going to be 5 p.m. Eastern, but I'm going to play it for you all right now. Give me 2 seconds. You're going to get to see it here in a second. But tomorrow when it drops at 5 p.m. Eastern, I need you to go over and react on that video. Leave a comment. It's important. But we're going to do this. I'm going to play it for you all because we all just sat through almost a 4-hour live. So I'm going to give you a preview. All right, here we go. This is my message to the free Karen Read supporters. I'm going to back out of this one. We're going to go full media. And I'm going to play this. This is my thank you to you all. Here we go. Actually, this is the wrong video. Hang on 1 second. Give me 2 seconds. That's the wrong one. Hang on. Let me grab this. Download it. Download that. Got it. I got the right one now. Okay. I actually recorded this like 2 weeks ago. It took me like a million tries to get it, but I think we got it. Hang on 1 second. All right. I swear I'll get this. I swear I'll get it. All right. My message to the free Karen Read supporters. I'm going to back out of this one. Go wide. And here we go. Okay. Well, today is September 26th, 2024. And it has been 1 year since I have discussed and talked about the Karen Read case here on my channel. And it has been a very wild ride. A very wild ride. But I wanted to make this video for all of you. And I wanted to thank the community, Free Karen Read community. Thank all the members and subscribers that have come here and supported the LTL platform. Because without all of you, I would not be here. And it takes an army to make something run and run efficiently. And coming to the lives, commenting, liking, sharing, subscribing, it just means so much. And it pushes this platform and it allows me to keep growing it. Because without all of you, the channel would not run. I look at the last year, I've lost friends, I've lost relationships, but I've gained a lot of friends and I've gained a lot of relationships. And the friendships and relationships that I've built through this movement, I know will last forever. And I am truly blessed for all the positive people that have come into my life over this last year. So thank you. Thank you for being here. I have grown. I've grown a lot. It's given me time to reflect on who I am as a person, what I want to do for the rest of my life. And this is what I want to do. I truly feel that this is my calling at this time in my life, and to be here and to continue to grow this platform and allow people to come here and just tell us their stories. That's what I want to do, and just be, give entertainment and be very informative here too. Because I think that's also very, very important. And, I've been blessed. I just think about a year ago. Every time I try to do something like this, it never works out. So, give me 2 seconds here. This gets kind of annoying with the stupid thing. Anyway, I'm just going to drop it tomorrow at 5 p.m. So we're not going to do that because it's just it's kind of annoying. Every time I try to play something off that player, it never works. But anyway, that video will drop tomorrow at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. It is late. I'm thinking about just getting, oh, wait, actually, you know what? I can do it this way. Let's just do it this way. There's always something. It's always something. Let's do this. Let's do it this way. Let's just do it this way. Wah, wah, wah. Now I know everybody will be able to hear it. Oh, my Lord. It's never easy. Don't become a YouTuber. All right, let's just do it this way. Here we go, everybody. Bam. Okay. Well, today is September 26th,
Can you hear it now?
2024, and it has been 1 year since I have discussed and talked about the Karen Reed case here on my channel, and it has been a very wild ride, But I wanted to make this video for all of you, and I wanted to thank the community, the Free Karen Reed community. Thank all the members and subscribers that have come here and supported the LTL platform, because without all of you, I would not be here. And it takes an army to make something run efficiently, and coming to the lives, commenting, liking, sharing, subscribing. It just means so much, and it pushes this platform, and it allows me to keep growing it, because without all of you, the channel would not run. I look at the last year, I've lost friends, I've lost relationships, but I've gained a lot of friends, and I've gained a lot of relationships, and the friendships and relationships that I've built through this movement, I know will last forever. And I am truly blessed for all the positive people that have come into my life over this last year. So thank you. Thank you for being here. I have grown. I've grown a lot. It's given me time to reflect on who I am as a person, what I want to do for the rest of my life. And this is what I want to do. I truly feel that this is my calling at this time in my life, and to be here and to continue to grow this platform and allow people to come here and just tell us their stories. That's what I want to do, and just be give entertainment and be very informative here too. Because I think that's also very, very important. And, I've been blessed. I just think about a year ago, where I was in the corner of my bedroom, and now I've been able to be here and build out a fully functioning studio and have live guests come in and sit down, and meeting all these different people through my community and outside of my community coming in and telling us their stories. It's just been a complete blessing. It really has. And I just never would have thought I'd be sitting here doing what I'm doing in this very moment. And I always say this, that if you put your mind to something and you write it down and have a plan and you execute it, it can happen. It's going to take you to do it, because no one's going to do it for you. Work hard. Believe me. And I always say this all the time, just because you're born, you have the potential, and you really do. If you have a dream and you have a vision, then go for it. Don't let anybody get in your way, because you're the only person that's going to be able to fulfill your own destiny. And I really mean that. Listen, I want to thank all of the amazing people in the community that have blessed me to come into my studio, all the creators that I've had the opportunity to work with, all the amazing experts that have come to this panel. I would name all of you, but it would take forever, and you all know who you are. You really do. So thank you. Thank you for lending me your expertise, your creativeness, and your ability offline to allow me to speak and give me feedback as well, because it really does mean a lot to me. And the person that I really have to thank the most, out of all of this is one Aiden Turtle Boy Carney. I just want to thank you so much for every single thing that you have done, the LTL platform, from myself, and especially for this community. I mean, if it wasn't for you back in April, I would not be here now. I mean, that is it is a proven fact. And I also want to look at and acknowledge that in March, while you were away, you trusted me to come onto your platform and create content to keep your channel going. And that was the overall goal. You know, just create some content, keep the channel going. Let's get some money in for his defense fund. And I'm so blessed that you have allowed me to do that, because you have done a lot for me. And I will always remember that and always be thankful for that. So Aiden, thank you. Thank you so much. I also want to thank the Reeds for being so supportive of my channel, allowing me to go in and sit in court on that day, always encouraging me when I see you at the standouts, always thanking me when I go out to the standouts, and especially Karen. Thank you so much for everything that you have done for my platform and giving me the honor of actually going out, sitting down and meeting with you. That was a true blessing and a true honor. So thank you. You know, we've done a lot of good here for Karen, and I want to continue that. And I'm not going anywhere. I mean, I know that I am loved by many, hated by few, but that is part of you know, part of this whole thing. When you decide to do something like this and put yourself out in the public, people will love you and people will criticize you, but it's not going to stop my overall goal of what I want to do here. I have now an amazing base here, and I want to continue to build off that for many, many years. And I will continue reporting on this case along with other things that I have planned for this platform. So again, I want to thank all of you. If it was not for all of you, I mean, I keep thinking, I never would have thought that it would have gotten to where we are now. So thank you. It has been an absolute pleasure. It has been an absolute blessing. And, you know, I look forward to continuing to do this. We'll talk to everybody soon. So again, thank you so much. I appreciate it. All right, everybody. Thank you so much. Everybody have a great night. Moofy, all you need to do is just email me at Let's Talk Live. Email address is in the chat. All right, everybody, I'm going to get out of here. Thank you so much. I'm going to drop that video. You get a preview of it. I'm going to drop that video tomorrow at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. If you can, please come back, watch it, and comment below. I would appreciate it. All right, everybody, have a good night. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.